Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. How's everybody doing on this glorious night, man? Can y'all hear me? Mic work?
Hello.
Your mic ain't on.
Hey.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
turn
ain't
your
on.
mic up, B.
Yeah, it's like you talking on the computer mic and not your mic. That's what it
Yeah.
sounds like.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, hold tight. Go ahead, take it over for me. Oh, while I get it together.
Welcome everybody. It's the, you know what I'm saying? All talk back now. Now, welcome everybody to another Cruise Season live. We talk about these Jose queens. You know. Now we introduce everybody. How y'all doing today? How was y'all holidays and everything?
Awesome.
Kayla, you look beautiful.
Hey y'all.
Hey.
Hey. It's How y'all good to be feeling? back. Yes, it's good to see you back, babe. What's poppin'?
Very
Yeah.
new.
Your
Very new.
hair is popping. I love it.
Yes. Oh, me?
Kayla.
Kayla. Oh, yes. I know. Loving the braids, girl. Thank you. Every holiday season, they say it's take time off. Time to take time off from doing your hair, too. Okay. That'll be me soon.
Yeah, man, it's the new year. Y'all don't know how to act coming in here, man. How's everybody? You know what I'm saying? Everybody looking good, man. I love to see it. Big smiles, you know what I'm saying? Pretty faces and things of that nature. Fellas, y'all all right. You know what I'm saying? Salute the Crusader Nation in the building, man. Let's turn up one time, man. This is the new year. We got some things to accomplish, man. We got some things to have accomplished. Damn, I'm excited, man. This is the first time that everybody had heard from us since, you know what I'm saying? Since this whole new year done kicked off. And, before we get this thing started, man, I just want to just real quick hear y'all New Year's resolutions, man. I know y'all got them. Just give me at least one a piece. We're going to start with Miss Queen Sheba right out of the gate.
That's a good one. My New Year's resolution is just to be a driving force, like for my song. Just tap into my skill set like 110%. That's my New Year's resolution. Yeah.
OT.
Man, outside of the crew, I plan on getting back into school. I got my transcripts, so I'm gonna mail them boys out after I get meet with my financial advisor. So I looked at one of my old ones. I opened it up, and I got like a year and a half probably. So I just need to go ahead and knock that thing out and get it over with. So that's one of my goals. Be back in by the fall.
I love to hear it. Let's be Taylor.
Just to refocus, focus back on building my channel and, my message and agenda and whatnot. I got some things in the works. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Like I said, plotting and planning. I like it. Rick.
Sir,
New Year's resolution, man.
I don't do
Give me
resolutions.
at least
bro.
one of them.
I don't do resolutions.
You don't do none of them?
I just try to be better than I was yesterday, every day.
I feel that. Miss Saida, New Year's resolutions.
I want to have a baby.
Whoa.
What?
Ooh, okay. Hey, I expect to hit that one, man. But congrats early. Let me get my congrats early.
Is that an announcement or is that a resolution?
You working on it? You know what I'm saying? Like,
You're working on it, clearly.
No, I'm going to be working on it, maybe. But I do want to have a baby.
All right.
That's fly. I like that.
Me too, girl. Whenever God says, right?
Yeah, the chat saying they ready. Sayada, hit them in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, they're ready to make babies, but not to commit and do all the job and be a great dad and stay and all those things.
Hey, she nice headline. That's real rap. Miss Kayla, New Year's resolutions.
To keep them guessing.
So the same as last year?
Nah, my life was on TV last year, so wasn't no guessing. Everybody was in my business last year. This
okay.
year,
I see what you're saying, sis. My bad. I see what you're saying.
Don't keep them guessing.
I see what you're saying. Okay. I feel that though. I kind of Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get to mine in just a second. I feel that. Ronan.
Well, literally, I'm done point shaving. I gotta show people why favor ain't fair in all assets. Aside from the gym, get back to my art. Working past my limitations I put upon myself, and I am my biggest opposition. I'm gonna kick my own ass just to get to where I need to be.
I like to hear it. That's too real. Too real. It's SB.
Well, me and Mr. Boss are going to take SB Nation to another level. So that's what we plan on doing in 2023.
I love to hear it. Yeah. Man, look, man, mine. Is just to cancel out as much white noise as possible and really lock in, man, and start living up to the potential that I see in my head. You know, like I feel like, especially as far as the brand, I feel like we done made a lot of strides, but we've been kind of half-assing at the same time. Like we'll turn it up when it's necessary to get to a goal or get to something that we need to do real quick, and then we'll just go right back to chilling. I plan on cutting a lot of that chilling time out this year, and really lock in, man. Like last year, man, I remember around this time we sat down at a restaurant in Houston and ran down some goals, things of that nature that we wanted to accomplish. One of them being I remember I think at the time we was at like 6,000 followers on Instagram. We was like, look, man, we can get to 30, man. We'll be solid, bro. I think we was at like 30,000 on YouTube or something. We was like, look, man, we just trying to get to 50. I don't even see 50 happening for real, but we just gonna shoot high and see where we can go on YouTube, and end up at 130. And then on Instagram, we damn near at 100,000 now. TikTok, I think the goal was 350. We hit 350 on the 31st of December, so 350,000. So, this is why I ask y'all New Year's resolutions, because when you say them out loud and when you write them down, I don't know what it is about that, but it just kind of makes things fall into favor. Like you fall into the path that you're trying to get to go get them. So everybody's, I'm wishing everybody luck, man. But mine is really to lock in and cut out all of the white noise. Don't get caught up in the hype. Don't, all of that extra shit got to stop. We got to lock in. First live show as well coming this year. So be prepared for that. I expect everybody in Crusader Nation to pull up, man, and, have drinks and eat good food and be around good people. So, what I'm saying? We're in the process of setting that up right now. But yeah, so that's all I have right now. If anything updates, I'll be sure to let you guys know. But real quick, man, I want to salute the Crusader Nation in the building. Turn it up already, man. They didn't anime in the building. You know what I'm saying? Showing love. What's up, crew? Your boy's officially a married. Oh, my dog. Jump the broom. Congratulations, my boy. I love to see it, man. Send out love to the old lady, man. Yeah, Jay, Anime's family, y'all have been following this pod and this platform. Y'all.
Congratulations!
Yeah, because I remember he was on stage one time and y'all was giving him hell on stage one night.
We sure did. Look, yeah, maybe that sped it up.
Hey, regardless, my boy there, man. Salute to bro, man. That's big. Eugene with the fireball. Question really is, are women looking for men or are they looking for lifestyles in the first place? Well, look, man, we plan on getting to the bottom of it today. You know what I'm saying? As long as everybody's open to being honest, not saying what sounds good, then we should be able to make some real progress. If y'all ain't tapped that like button, make sure that y'all tap the like button, man. It's gonna be a hell of a conversation tonight. Y'all already know how we give it up on this platform. Salute to the Mars, man. Daryl in the building. Anime, of course. I shouted out already. Think about seeing my boy JC up in here earlier, man. So yeah, we're gonna go and get this thing rocking. Before we get started, I gotta introduce these amazing panelists as we always do. First and foremost, Miss Queen Sheba is in the building with us this evening. We got OT in the building with us this evening. SB Taylor in the building with us this evening. Y'all already know, no introduction even needed. My boy Ricky Williams is in the building with us this evening. Miss SB in the building with us this evening. B, security boss. Our dog Ronan in the building with us. Y'all heard his dog both giving it up, man. We have the Miss Kayla.com in the building with us this evening. And last but not least, Miss Saida, the one and only, is in the building with us this evening. I'm looking forward to the conversation. And as we always do, you know, we're gonna lay a bit of groundwork. First question, man, just right out of the gate. Does the common man have a chance in 2022? In y'all's opinion, right? Because it seems, and I got to get context, but while I ask it seems as if when you get to asking women what it is that they want in a man, and you listen to the full summation, that man sounds a bit superhuman. You know, going by a lot of what some of these women say. So I asked the question: does the common man, the average man, have a chance at finding the woman that, you know, he wants to be with, and, you know, her actually respecting him once he finds her in this era, in y'all opinion? The average man. And we're gonna start with Miss Saida first.
You know what I'm gonna say. That's why I go with me. I think, yeah, if they go with the right woman and they're not going just by the looks as well, I think they have more chances, you know, to be with someone, to get someone. But when you say average man, you're talking about just finances, right?
Nope. Talking about looks, talking about finances, talking about status. It's an average man, low key man. He make, you know, enough money to take care of his crib comfortably and good to go. He's not out here, you know, checking Instagram and striving to be a millionaire or billionaire, whatever it is the case. A lot of, you know, men are striving for these days. He's just good where he is. He's comfortable living. Not, you know, Odell Beckham or something like that in terms of the demand that women have for him, nothing like that. Just a regular guy. Does he have a chance today?
I think he does. You just have to find the right woman too.
Miss Kayla?
Does he have a chance? I believe he has a chance. What he will do with it, I don't know. But I do think that he has a chance. I'll just start there.
Okay, man. I you know what I'm saying? I see I'm gonna have to rephrase this question because I'm getting
That's
answers
what
that
you
I'm not comfortable with. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But let me switch it up slightly.
I can answer it.
Okay. Okay. Well, but before you do, I just want to add one word to the question. Do y'all feel like the common man has a great chance of getting the woman that he wants to be with in this era?
So I feel like the common man needs to be realistic in what he wants, because I think a lot of common men try to aim too high for women they cannot afford to get. So you can definitely have a chance to get a common woman just like you, common in her looks, common in the way she is, because you're a common man. So like attracts like. Stop trying to aim for the top percent women and think that, and then get mad about it and get bitter about the woman that you really, really desire, and look at your reality. So yeah.
Me Taylor's hilarious. That's a way to go. Oh, would you say that the common man has a great chance of getting the woman that he wants to be with in this era we in today?
That he wants to be with? No, probably not.
Exactly.
Does he have a great chance of getting married? Yes. The average man, I don't know. I mean, you may have, you know, you want to shoot for the stars. You want to have the baddest. You want to have the prettiest woman around and stuff like that. But that's just not reality. You know, once you come to a realization that you're not gonna have everything that you want in a woman, you start looking for more substance. I think as you get older, that changes. So I think the age range will kind of vary as well. Like if you're a 25-year-old, no, you're not. You most likely don't get the woman you want. But like probably when you're 30, 35, it'll kind of shape more into the woman that you want.
Okay. SB. Like the common man has a great chance getting the woman that he wants to be with in this era.
Well, since you added that word great, that makes a little difference. I think I'm gonna go back to what we've been saying, that the common man will want a safe woman, and that may not be his first choice. But do I think that there's a woman out there for the common man? I absolutely do. And there's going to come a time really soon where women will realize that they need to have a man, and they're going to explore more common men than maybe what's going on now. But if we can just get rid of social media and all of this influence, then the common man will find a woman. But again, it will be maybe his second choice, because men are definitely exterior. They like the way things look, and that may not be what he wants, but he will have a chance to have a good woman. So
okay, I like that. Rick, common man, can he get the woman that he want to be with in 2022, man?
2023.
In 2023, my guy.
2023, all right, my bad.
Went by fast, didn't it? Went by fast.
Yeah.
Right. Could you say the question again, please?
I said, can the common man, or does the common man have a great chance of getting the woman that he wants to be with in 2022? 23, pardon me. I messed up again. Damn, it's
No. Because the woman they want to be with is these hoes. Right? These the women they want to be with. They don't want no regular girl. She not enough for them. Just like what B. Taylor said, you can't afford her. And if you can't afford her, that means she can be bought, gentlemen. Let me say it again.
Did you hear what I said?
If you can't afford her, that means she can be bought, purchased, picked up, acquired. She don't fuck with you like that, my guy. So it's true what the ladies say. Y'all shooting for women that y'all complain about the ones you want, not the ones you can have. So no, in 2023, negative, sir. Negative Ghost Rider. No.
Damn. Let's see, Miss Queen, the common man, 2023. Does he have a great chance?
Heck yeah. I think he has a great chance. But if you're a common man that does common shit, then no. But if you're a common man that does extraordinary things, and you know the heart, and when you understand the heart of a man, and when a man sets his eyes on what he wants, and if he knows, and if the right shit has been instilled in him, he's going to go get it. When you think about these rappers, Jay-Z, they are very extremely common. But when you think about their work ethic, right? The work ethic, the energy that they've placed behind themselves, it's given them access to uncommon women. So hell yeah, a common man can have any man he wants if he knows his heart, if he knows exactly what he wants, and if he's willing to put in the work and the consistency that's required. Go get it, my boy. Absolutely he can.
Optimism, I like it. Optimism. Ronan, common man. Does he have a great chance of getting the woman that he wants in 2022?
I say yes. When he unleashes the extraordinary things within himself and around himself. When he steps outside his comfort zone. When he stops settling for beautiful bums, clearance bin coochie. There's many great things that he can have, because he has his standards and his boundaries set to where he's not going to allow himself to settle with substandard chicks. But most times you got guys who want to give these beautiful bums more time and attention and stress than anything. But if he actually magnifies the greatness within himself, he has great chances to do anything he wants, because he is the lifestyle and not a sponsor.
Well said. Well said. I would say a great chance, no. And my reasoning is going to lead into my next question for y'all. I think, with social media being so prevalent, it kind of skews the mindset of the common woman, right? So it's a situation where him being common a lot of times will get him written off immediately by the common woman. Like we often hear women say all the time, right? Like because O presented a question so eloquently a while back on one of the Battle of the Sexes, and he asked her, he was like, "Look, man, if you had a man that was, driving trash trucks for a living, like would you be able to take him serious?" She was like, "No." She kept it real. She was like, I mean, does he want to like strive for anything more or like be maybe the like regional manager or something? He's like, nah, he just want to drive trucks. That's it. He want to drive trash trucks. Trash truck drivers make a lot of money, but little did she know. But that's neither here nor there. We gonna act as if they didn't. We gonna act as if that they made average salary or maybe a little bit above average. And she was like, nah, I can't be with a man that's not striving for more. Right? Like that's not enough. He should be striving to be the regional manager or the CFO or the, whatever, district manager, whatever the case may be. And it's just that right there is example of what I mean. Like social media has people with the mindset of what I'm doing is not good enough. You should always be striving for more. I am. Why ain't you? Well, that man could be completely at peace with where he is. Make a certain amount of money. All my bills is paid on time. I got this much amount of money left over for me to do what it is that I want to do, and I'm good. I just like to go fish. I just like to go, play basketball, or just give me a nice F-250 truck or 150 truck and pickup truck. I'm good. I don't need all of the extra stuff. But that right there, presented to, I would say, most women in this era, that's gonna raise a red flag. That man will get called complacent. He gonna get called, oh, you don't want to achieve nothing great. You don't want to be nobody, but that's it. That's all you want to be. And like I said, I think social media kind of, affects that mindset. It's never enough mindset. That's what it creates. So, like I said, it's gonna lead into my next question. My next question is: are women too demanding of men in this era?
No.
I think it's in everything, like social media creates that, aspect in everything that you do. Like the moment I said I want a baby, it's like, is that all you want? It's better to say something than not say anything, but that's what people do. Like if you have a beautiful woman right here, there's always someone better than her. Always. You can have the most beautiful woman that you think, but other people would think that there's another woman that is better looking. There's another job that looks better. Oh my God, I want to have Kayla's job. It looks better, but I don't know the effort that she's putting. I don't know, what requires to be her. I don't know what security boss has to go through. I don't know what Queen Sheba has to go through. We just look at the good things because social media is just creating that on us. Like it's showing just the pretty things, the beautiful side of things, but it's not showing us the reality. And that's the problem. But we are responsible for that.
I don't think anybody's too demanding because you're not required to give a person something that you're not willing to meet. Right? A person can want whatever they want. That don't mean you're obligated to provide that. That's your choice. Right? If that's a requirement of said person and you choose to deal with them with that understanding, that's your own fault. That's your own fault. Everybody got choices and decisions that they got to deal with in their lifetime. That's completely up to you. So a person can want the moon. It don't matter. If you choose to deal with them and take and put that burden on yourself, that's completely on you.
But look, Rick, real quick, let me ask you a question. I'm not challenging anything that you're saying because I agree with that. But let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that man got with that woman when they had similar mindsets. And then, they done lived a bit of life and things of that nature. And, again, people are I don't want to say easily influenced, but most people are easily influenced. But most people are influenced to some type of degree. Mm-hmm. May not be from social media, might be from a coworker, might be from a friend, might be from whatever. But let's say that, She done already got you invested. You already in love. You love this woman, and you know how we are in terms of what it is that, you know, if it's something that the woman that we love wants, more times than not, like we'll bend over backwards to try to create it out of thin air. So I guess my question is, how does that man navigate that if his wife's interests change somewhere into the relationship? She's somewhere along the line wants more. So somewhere along the line that F-150 truck ain't enough. Somewhere along the line, you know, she may want a bigger house. How should that man navigate that?
Was that my plan?
Exactly.
Just being honest.
Yeah.
Was that my plan?
Yeah.
Now, for example, I hear what you're saying. Like we bought a starter house and then we bought another house. That was the plan.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And again, I hear what you're saying. This my girl. I love you. I got you. You see what I'm saying? So if it's within reason, it's within reason. Right? But if it's to the point, if it's extraordinary or it's going to break the bank or break my back to get it just because you want it, nah, dog. It's unfortunate.
That's right.
That's unfortunate. Right? Because again, as I mentioned, my job is to provide the necessities, not a lifestyle. That stuff you want extra is your responsibility. It's your responsibility. Right? And if I was navigating, again, this is a time where you sit down, you have a cold, hard conversation with your mate. And then if it's not, the action's not matching up to the agreement, then you got decisions to make.
Oh, but Ricky, I don't even know about it being her responsibility, because if that takes her away from the marriage, or if it means that she has to work more and then take away from the marriage, then that still shouldn't be your plan. So that's because, you know, you're saying that maybe, you know, if he wants a new car.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't have to attack. As a husband, I don't have to attack type of shackles on my wife. I would never put shackles on a person like that. You see what I'm saying?
Not necessarily. Tell me what you mean.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this: if she chose to go out and work, that's her business.
Right.
That's her business, right? But again, I understand what you're saying about if she's taken away from the home. Again, if it got to the point where she was so chasing whatever that it took away from the home, we got a conversation to have.
Okay, well, we saying the same thing then.
Right. We got a conversation to have. And again, it's no disrespect, it's no hate. Right. But again, I think everyone should stay in their lane and want things within reason.
So in all, women don't settle with that man. If that's all he can give, don't settle. If you want more, that does not mean that you have to settle with the man that doesn't want more out of life. Life is way too short to be wasting your time with somebody who's not going to give you something that you really want and desire and foresee yourself in the future and children and a home and education. If that man doesn't want more, you can't push him to want more. So that's the overall message that I'm getting.
No, I think we're saying that he may want more. It just needs to be in his plan. You can't dictate it.
No, I'm saying that before you get married to a man, know his plan. Because if his plan is not what you want, then don't settle for that type of man.
Right. And I just think that it's naturally on a man. I'm sorry. I think it's kind of like a natural characteristic of a man to be ambitious. Like, so for us, right. So I don't know, the way I see it is like it's natural, right. Even though you don't have to be millionaire, you don't have to be that type of man, but you are not where you started. Like when you're 19, you never are.
Exactly.
You know, you never keep yourself in that space.
So, but on whose time clock, yours or mine?
No, I definitely agree that is the man's time. Actually, in humanity, we shouldn't be pushed to be.
Right. You know, that's what I'm saying. Again, that's like me pushing you to be something that you don't want to be.
I mean, I get it that we cannot push you, but that doesn't mean that, for example, let me explain the reason why. So like, if you're asking me to have a baby at 19, 20 years old, and I have no job, I cannot support this kid, but you are the father and you're just going to stay there. And then the baby keeps growing. We need more resources, more money to have a specific education and things, and then the man automatically starts looking for those resources to provide for more. I cannot tell him, oh, we need more because of this. And the man automatically it's on that. So I cannot push him to do that. But some men get stuck. And if you're asking me to have a kid and then you're not going to do your part, that's when it becomes a problem for the woman, because we start seeing the need. We have a need more than just what we had. We have more now. We have more needs. And then the man is stuck in this, like, I don't want to do it. Or maybe he's just trying to figure it out and we're not understanding. That could also be the problem.
Right. And that's facts. But again, I already addressed the necessity. You see what I'm saying? The necessities going to get done. The necessities are going to get done. What's needed. Right. But if you come up to me talking about, hey, I want the big house just because somebody else got the big house. Nope. I want the big car because somebody. Nope. Not happening. It's not happening.
So
go ahead, Taylor.
You want to go?
I'm going to go back to the original question, but go ahead. I
kind of feel like it was more about this. So 3 points that I had. I work with a lot of older men, right, that have been married for years, and I don't know any of them whose goal isn't to like retire their wife. Like, I don't know any of them that are like, oh, I'm cool being complacent, like chilling. All of them are like trying to get the bonus, trying to get extra so that they can make their house flow easier, so that they can retire their wife, because most people's wives have to work. It's not a choice. Like you have to, in order for us to afford to live anywhere comfortable. You know what I'm saying? So I think that like, I get what you guys are saying about complacency, but I don't really get that, because unless like you're complacent because you have an inheritance you're sitting on and you're kind of like, who knows what to do with my day? Like, most men of any type of value are striving to make their woman, their kids, their life easier. And then the other thing is kind of like when you guys are talking about the plan, I think I've seen a lot of people divorce and separate because people are ever evolving. So like the plan at 24 when y'all got married, 20 years later may have evolved, and you guys have to evolve together. You can't say, oh, we need to stick to this plan that we had when we were 24. Things change. People have parents get elderly, parents die, tragedy happens, people lose jobs, people move to different cities. Things change. So if you're on the same page with your partner and you guys are ever evolving together, then you're going to come up with like the plans changes as time goes, versus saying like, this is the man and this was his plan and I have to stick to this for the rest of our lives. Like, that's a little bit intense to me. I would think a good husband would be every step of the way consulting with his wife in terms of how the changes are going in the family and adjusting the plan according to that per both of their needs. I would think that would be respectful. And so that's kind of how I see it, versus like, was that in his plan? Like, things change. Your mom is old. She has to move in with us now. This changes a lot of the plans. This was before we planned. We may need more money for this. There's a whole lot of things that like happen. And I think staying together is about like, or at least I've seen in my dad being married like 25 years, is that like you when you got to roll with the punches as a team and figure out like how to roll with those different changes together.
I think that's what he's saying. It's just the plan is implemented by the husband. He's the person that determines when it happens, not the wife. He's saying exactly what you're saying.
But how can it always be like that? What if it was my mom that's sick that has to move in with us?
But she wouldn't be able to do that unless your husband said, if your husband said it was okay. You can't just move your mom into you and your husband's house.
I definitely can. I definitely can.
You can move your wife. You can move your mother into your husband and your house.
Yeah, I think what we should be saying is what Ricky is saying. That's how he runs his house.
Yeah,
and every couple has a different structure for their marriage.
Yeah,
right. And the end goal is to have a happily healthy marriage. Mm-hmm. And I think what he gave is an example of how he and his wife conduct their marriage. We're not saying everybody. This is what everybody should do, because we don't know
Yeah.
We don't know how every man is. We don't know how every woman is. Every man don't come to a marriage fully capable with a plan. Some men have not had a father to teach them how to be a husband. Some men are starting from ground zero. So to expect every man to walk into a marriage and know exactly what his plan is, I think we're setting people up for failure. I think what he's saying is, this is how I run my marriage. This is what has worked for me. He's
But I
not.
also
If a
think,
man is, oh, I'm sorry, Ricky, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just agreeing with Queen Sheree.
I also think he was saying too, though, just within reason. I think that's what we're missing. Like, it ain't necessarily, it's part of his plan, but I think he's saying, like, if y'all both agree, like, hey, I want this $500,000 house, then we're gonna raise our kids there. But then once we get there, then now you want this $1 million home. And it's like, it's $1.5 million, whatever, like, is that something that's within reason? That's something that's attainable for us. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just throwing it out there and just saying, this is what I need to have, that, may not be within reach. That may not be reasonable.
Yeah,
so I think
follow
that's
him on
kind of
that.
what I
think
got.
I wasn't following Security Boss was like, if your mama gets sick and if your mama out there and if that man don't say yes and your mama can't move in, really?
Right, that's it's not a one size fit all. What goes on in your marriage may not.
I don't recall saying any of that. But the response, but let me say this. I don't recall saying anything about somebody's mother being sick. But what I am saying,
that's what I said.
That's what Kayla said.
That's the analogy that I said, though.
But what I'm saying to you is this: if your husband is providing the necessities and he's putting a roof over your head and he's being the man paying all the bills, you do not move someone in. I don't really care who it is without him saying that this is what we can do. I don't care about the relationship.
I think we're all saying that. I think we're all saying that. I think we're all saying everybody has a blueprint.
I think I heard someone say
is everybody has a blueprint that works for their marriage. What works for you may not be what Kayla and her husband adheres to. I think that's what we're saying.
I think I heard someone say, I don't care what my husband says, my mama is coming to my house.
I would never marry a man that would want to put my mom
marry
anywhere else
for you
on her dying bed or in her sickness with any other random people other than us, especially if we have resources and room. I would never marry someone that would even question that. Because if it was his mom or his dad, he don't even got to ask me. Like, these are our parents. Like, are you serious? So I would only marry someone like-minded that prioritizes family like that. And so we would be on the same page about it.
It would still be, I'm just saying to you what I think I hear Ricky saying is, and it may not be a situation like the one you just mentioned, it still would be in his plan to move your mother in, no matter what.
I think
if you don't, it's a lack of respect. It's a lack of respect because it goes so far.
It's not in anybody's plan. You don't get to plan when somebody gets sick or disabled. That's not really how it works. It kind of just happens. That's why people invest, save, prepare for their life, because things just happen. That's how life is.
Let me make sure I'm clear, because maybe I'm not understanding how marriage works, and I'm married. Two become one. So it's our plan. And that's the way how I'm thinking about me and my husband. It's our plan. Like, he may make the final decision, but normally we sit down and we say, okay, this is what we're thinking this year. Even from vacation, we're planning on going here. Now, he may say, I'd rather go here than there. But normally it's our plan. So I don't know.
You said it best. He makes the final decision, and that's what matters. That's the respect that you should have for your husband. So you're saying, even though he's receiving and accepting some of your input, he's still making the final decision. And it's respect. I'm sorry?
He loves my input. Sometimes he comes to me and say, what do you think about this?
Absolutely. That's still his plan. He's coming to you and asking. That's perfect. That's a good husband.
I think y'all at the same spot, though, on that one, for real. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I think y'all at the same spot. But again, I'm not trying to tell you how to, I'm just saying, I'm telling y'all in my situation, right? Again, I think that's the biggest problem. I ain't gonna say the biggest problem. The biggest problem is men not being the men they need to be, right? I think one of the biggest problem is that men conform to the day-to-day things that they woman want just on the whim, right? Again, like, if I'm providing everything you need, where are these wants coming from? Where is this thing that would, again, break the bank if things don't go correct, right? That's going to take me away from the home more hours of the day for something you want when you got everything you need, right? Again, I understand y'all. Everybody should want more. I want more. Everybody working to get more. But I'm on my clock. I'm not on anybody else's clock. I'm not on your clock. And if you feel I should be on your clock, then you should feel to find yourself another man.
But to answer the original question, Trill, I do think some women can be unrealistic. I wouldn't say demanding, just unrealistic, especially dating.
That's a
Yeah.
fact. Oh, what's up? Your thoughts on it, bro? Would you say that women in this era are demanding too much from men?
I mean, when you look on social media, it definitely seems that way. I don't know if anybody familiar with that Carlos clip, but it's similar because we've said stuff like that all the time. Carlos was on one of his old 85 South shows, like when a man that's 6'2", 9 inches, got a aerospace engineering degree, like all these top things, which is great to have, but just think about the percentage of men that's gonna fall in that category. And that's black, if you're looking for that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it just comes to sometimes just being realistic. I mean, everybody want to shoot for the stars, but it comes down to being just realistic in what you can attain. Because if you don't look the part, let's be honest, you don't look the part, you probably don't get the man you want. If you're not making enough money, you're not gonna be in the rooms that those type of men are in. So you also have to factor those things in. And I think that's what a lot of people have been preaching just for so long. Just be realistic about it. Nobody's saying that you can't attain those things or get it, because things happen all the time where an unattractive person is with somebody that's super attractive. We see that all the time. But it's just you being realistic and kind of just staying in your own lane, I think, at the end of the day. But today, I'm it's kind of 50-50. Like me being on the outside, actually being out in the world, I see average people being with average people. They driving average cars. You don't see just Rolls Royces and Bentleys everywhere. You don't. You're gonna see some Benzes. You're gonna see a bunch of Nissans, a bunch of Hondas, a bunch of Chevys. That's what you're gonna see, because that's average people. That's just what it is. But according to social media, everybody making 250 plus. I mean, so it's it just, if you take yourself out of social media, you'll be able to see like it's possible. But yeah, I'm really on the fence, and I hate doing that. But
And I hate when you do it. Go ahead.
No.
Everybody makes social media. Like, I get it. It's a lot of like glitz and glam on there, but people are very real on social media as well. The past few days, I've seen two different women talk about their struggle with fertility. We see people get hurt, people lose their homes, people get divorced. We see like a good amount of tragedy with a good amount of like all the fluff and happy stuff too. A lot of the tragic stuff I see be from social media. It don't be in my life. It don't be in my life. It be when I open my Instagram, I'm like, damn, that's what's going on out here. So let's not like romanticize it that it's all just every time you're scrolling, it's people in Rolls Royces. Because if you follow real people, you will see real things.
You got to question who you're following too. If you open up your app and see that, then those are the people you're choosing to follow. Now you got to ask yourself, why are you following these people? For inspiration, or are you jealous? Like what is it?
Now, I think really and truly, like a lot of people follow them just to have like something else to see, like just like y'all speaking about earlier, right? Like when you get into a marriage, and your goals when you first get into that marriage may look a little different than 6, 7 years, 10 years into it. You know what I'm saying? But how can they if you don't see anything else outside of that? You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of people may look at that for kind of inspiration. Because they may not be able to travel. I tell dudes all the time, hey man, get out of your neighborhood, man. Go here, go there, go do this, go do that. But some people just don't have the money to.
So you would say for inspiration, because
Right.
I actually stopped looking at marriage couples as like, oh wow, I'm looking up to them, because I used to do that, and then the motherfuckers will get divorced in like a couple of years.
Right.
I'm like, what? I felt like one of the kids. Like, I'm like, oh my god, mom and dad's getting divorced. Like, it hurt me. So
Right.
I stopped glamorizing other people's relationships, because everything ain't glitter and gold as much as they try to make it seem on social media. So a lot of these people that try to act like they have these perfect marriages, they really don't. And I don't really care what's going on in their marriage, because whatever they got going on, I may not even want or desire. So
But see, I think Right. No. Which again, I agree with you, but I think the key difference between you and most people is that you have a realistic lens.
Mhm.
So I feel like it's nothing wrong with looking at that if you have a realistic lens, because you can just pull what it is that you know is realistic from it, right? Say for instance, like somebody went to go travel to like, I think it was Bora Bora recently, and they had like a damn hotel, not a hotel room, but it was part of like the Hilton, but it was like a situation where like you can walk outside your crib and be looking at water, like
A
jump into the
bungalow.
Villa?
water.
A bungalow.
Bungalow. There we go.
Bungalow.
So again, that's type of shit right there. Again, man, we from Port Arthur. We would never see nothing, never heard nobody ever doing anything like that. I wouldn't know that exists if it wasn't for Instagram. But now that I know it exists, I'm like, okay, well, shit, damn, let me look up how much. Okay, that ain't that bad. Shit, let me see if I can make this. You know what I'm saying? So again, sometimes you just may need to just look at it to just see something different, but lens is important. And you know, everybody don't have that lens. I would say most people don't
That's
have
why
that
some
lens
people
to
need
be
to
able to
move.
differentiate the bullshit between
Yeah,
what's
some people need to move so they can expand and see, because when I went to college, that's when I got to see like, oh wow, like they're traveling here. Like my grandparents wouldn't even get on a plane. Like my friends are the one that got me to like get on a plane and like travel and go live here for a couple of months randomly. So just taking yourself out of your town and your little city and your little neighborhood is going to expose you to more of what's going on realistically than social media, because you don't know how that person got on that trip. They could be going in debt going on that damn trip. So you want to be surrounded by people who are going on this trip and saving up money, and they teach you how to save up money for a trip.
Not only
Yeah,
that,
They
today
put
with
that
social
trip on
media,
Afterpay.
that's a fact. People doing that are crazy. And then too, like some people, they'll maybe take one trip, early in the year, and they took so many pictures, they didn't, they sending it later down the line, posting later. You thinking they own all these trips? This shit old footage.
Wow.
You would never know.
Wow.
You would never know.
That's crazy.
Happens all the time. Remember when Little Bow Wow was like, I'm on a PJ? That nigga was in Coach.
Or when they travel to a different city or country and they still eat McDonald's. It's like, excuse me, like, why are you not going out experiencing more?
Bro, like these motherfuckers is creative. And let me tell you how. Because I've seen people who will go to like a couple different bodies of water in the same city that he's talking about, right? But they taking pictures of all of them. But then, while they there, they posting pictures. Yeah, boy, turn up, we lit. But they get home, post a picture from another body of water that's in the same place, but they'll call it something different. Hey, yeah, we in I don't know, Turks and Caicos this weekend, like that type of shit. Because again, most people don't have this.
It ain't hard to
wouldn't
tag.
know.
Yeah, all you gotta do is you could put a random city in there. I could take a picture out here and post I'm in Minnesota or something. Like,
don't let nobody
it don't take much.
I mean, Black women change their hair so much, boo. I know that you're not there because when you was there, you had braids and now you have a lace front. So whatever.
I get braids every time.
But just real quick, man, we gonna get to Ronan, but before we do, man, I'm hearing that the likes are down in an extremely disrespectful way, man. I need everybody to stop what y'all doing in the chat, man. Like the stream, because y'all already know, man. Get it together, man. What is we doing out here, man?
Oh,
make sure y'all tap that like button if y'all ain't tap that like button, man. But Ronan, what's your thoughts on this, man? Are women in this era too demanding of men?
Social media have you believe that they're socially retarded, but I say when you step outside your comfort zone, going out, not just out and about, but stepping out of town, you start seeing people actually living life. Some people live their lives online and offline. I've been to people's house that have been in a condo. You go in there, it's milk crate furniture, and they got an air mattress in there. Maybe a big TV, but nothing else going on in there. But when you're talking about going in range, let's say you go out of town, let's say Chicago, you go somewhere Kentucky, somewhere small place that most people don't talk about. You start building those experiences. Then when you start going with someone with you, you guys can inspire each other. Like, this is what we want to do. Have that communication. What are we going to do? What's it going to take for us to get this life that we want to live? Not just traveling, but living in general, taking care of the necessities and everything, and living within reason. So everybody make great points, what you're talking about. And me liking to travel, I don't do the spread over the year or whatnot. When I go, I have footage. timestamps, everything like that. So when I look at the footage, it inspires me to get back out there again, get back on the grind, not just in the gym, but financially, period, to do more the next season. Just learn to live within reason, and you can make it happen.
Yeah, living within reason. Within reason. That is the most. That'll save you so much damn money, man. There's so many people out here that's spending way more money than they should be, trying to live up to something that they don't even know the full details of. So yeah, live within reason, man. Real quick, man, we're gonna pay some bills and we'll get to the next question. We're gonna discuss 50-50. So I need y'all to get y'all thoughts together as we reading these things. First and foremost, still low key, 21 with the fireball. The common man just wants a regular woman. We all know she doesn't want him. The stats are in. Stats is in on y'all ass. Ray with the fireball. Sometimes it's not just about income in regards to dating or marriage. It can also be about a person's education level, social class, and lifestyle. True. Ray back again with the fireball. People tend to date and marry other people with similar social standing, job prestige, educational attainment, and economic background as they have. I would definitely agree with that. But speaking of common standard, common experience, common income, 50-50 living, man. Would y'all say that that's ruining relationships?
Yes.
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 And in what ways?
Ain't no woman gonna want to go 50-50 forever. Have to be pregnant, getting up, working, and her man expecting her to still birth this baby out, come home, and just no. That is not what we want. We don't want to struggle no more. The women this generation don't want to struggle. We don't want to be like our grandmas and great grandmas. We don't want to struggle. We want a soft life.
But you don't want to listen to your husband when he's supplying all your necessities. You want to tell him what you gonna do. It's kind of different, isn't it?
I don't know what you talking about because they ain't had
Earlier,
nothing to do with what I just said.
earlier we were
We talking
talking,
about
and
what
it
he
was
just said now, so I don't know what
no,
you're talking
but
about.
it's like it's a huge contradiction.
What are you
It's a huge
talking
because
about?
if you 50-50, then you get to say what goes on. But if you expect the man to provide all the necessities, then I would say you would take your position and, make sure he's agree with what you're doing. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. That's conflict in the house. So 50-50 it is if you come in with too loud of a conversation.
I don't know
I would think the men would want that too. If you're too loud, then you need to give 50% of what you got.
I think B. Taylor is generally speaking.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking
And so I understand both of you. I understand, but I do think that women want the soft life. We don't want to work. In reality, we don't. We want to have the benefits of staying home and everybody paying for the things that we already have. We don't want to deal with the effort. But the problem is that's not a problem. If you don't want to work, that's not a problem to men. The problem is that if you're going to stay home, you don't even want to do what you're supposed to do in your home. That's the problem. Because men have no problem with you staying home. That's not the problem. The problem is that when you stay home, you don't want to do what you're supposed to do. Like if I'm going to be a mother, I'm supposed to be teaching my kids, educating them and all that. But you see these women staying home, just scrolling on their phones, not doing anything, not cooking, not having their house. And I'm not talking about any of the people in the panel. It's people out there. There's women out there like that. I saw this video on TikTok. My friend sent it to me where this man is recording where he's getting into the house and the house is a mess. It's disgusting. It's a mess. And he's saying she's like this without me. And this is how I was living when I was with her. But while he's walking towards the room, his 3-year-old boy is sleeping. And she just left the sandwich right next on the side table. Like if he's a dog or something like that, just because she wanted to go to the gym.
I don't know too many.
No, I'm not.
I'm not pushing back on what you said. I'm just saying I don't know too many housewives that's not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Now, if we want to talk about the minority of women that men chose to marry and to make a wife and make a mother, then that's their choice that they made. They knew what type of woman she was when they got with her. Now, I'm talking about most of the housewives that I know, they're doing what they need to do.
But the way social media is painted right now,
But social media is not real.
I know, but it's a lot of women that have the same thoughts,
I
which
thought it
are
was just real about
influencing.
5 minutes ago.
Hold on, but
Girl, what do you
they're influencing other people because they say that's soft life, but you know it
But these
turns
are
to
unmarried women we're talking about, right? Social media that
no,
want soft life.
some are married too because it's like they didn't want to stay at home. They didn't think they didn't want to stay at home. They don't want to be taking care of the kids, changing diapers, all this daily stuff, cleaning the house, folding clothes. When everything is taken care of, this is what you wanted. You want to stay home, but now you're complaining about the duties and the roles. You don't want to do anything. You want to hire a maid, and you want to do all these things where you don't have to do as much. So it's like, damn, what do you really want to do?
Exactly. You want a rich man with
That's what
all
it seems
this,
like.
and you just want to exist. You just want to be another object in the
It's
house. And
If that's
it's
what,
like
hold on, y'all talked
I'm not.
about.
Where are y'all
Oh,
seeing these?
It could
Okay.
be
yeah,
listen,
I'm
it could
like,
be it could be a minority, but it's a loud
I
minority.
think it's a minority.
I
But
don't
it's
think it's the
loud.
Is it?
minority.
Because
Oh,
like most
stand on
women
it. I don't
aren't.
think it's the
Most
minority.
women aren't
Hey,
stay-at-home moms or housewives. Most women are not. So out of the 15% of the country that is, you're telling
No.
me how much percent out of that percent are not doing shit? Like,
No.
make it
But
make
Taylor, he not
sense.
speaking to the. He ain't speaking to the actual statistics. He's speaking to the aspiration. He's saying that a lot of these women want to stay at home, but they want to stay at home for selfish reasons,
right.
and they'll tell you themselves
Yes.
that I just want to live a soft life. I don't want to. I just want to stay home. It was a clip that just went viral, and y'all about to make me go find it. But yet,
I know what you're talking
it's a lot of women
about the
who have
submission.
aspirations of just staying home and doing nothing.
Literally. I'm gonna find. I know
There
where
is
it's
a
at.
Are you
maid.
talking about the
There
girl
is
with the
a
pink?
nanny. There is like a chef. Like if you ask most women, would they rather that life or the other? They gonna say they want the life with the chef.
They don't want to clean up. Don't
You
but
ain't
want
gonna
why
to
sit there and
not?
act like
Hold
they
on,
ain't
but
gonna
how
say
does
that.
that become a bad? Like if you offer a woman a choice, if you offer a woman a choice and she chooses a chef, and you put that option in front of her, where do we go wrong? How is that like?
But we go wrong because what you are saying to me at that point is you have zero aspirations to contribute to this union. You just want to exist in it. And that's a problem because I thought we was building together. Think about together is both of us have to be inputting energy and effort and obligations
So
into this thing. But if you don't have obligations, what are you bringing me then?
what do you mean, like obligations? What does that even look like? Can somebody even run down what that even looks like? Because if a
Sure.
woman says, like, then y'all say something about a cook or something like that, if y'all have like a cleaning person. So all the time that, if they living in a nice big house, it takes time to clean. It takes time for me to clean my place. And I have a cleaning person that comes once a month to do a deep cleaning because I don't have time to do that. And I can be doing other things, spending time, like mothers can be doing other things, spending time with their children, taking them to the park, working on sign language, a different language, doing other things to invest. And we're not talking about women who are just want to sit on their butts all day and not do nothing and look cute while the kids run around dirty and nobody's taking care of the kids. Like, what person thinks that that's reality? That's a person that's delusional. But a woman, why does she have to break her back at home when she can be doing more to invest in the children?
No. For one, the kids are not running around dirty because we have a nanny. The kids are not going hungry because we have a chef. The kids are not stupid because we have a tutor. But you know what the irony about all these things are? Is that I'm providing them
But
while
what
being
the
out at
wife
work.
is
So
always
I
still
ask
doing
again when we talk about obligations because you asked, and I'll willingly oblige to answer the question. What are you contributing if I'm paying for all of these things?
I think every household is different. And I think that man has a agreement with that wife. And a lot of men that are having problems with that are not even in that pay range. They're not going to even live that type of lifestyle to even know. They're just on the outside looking in. I think that husband and that wife have an arrangement. Maybe she's working for him. Maybe she's doing other things and investing in other things. I don't think no man is just like, oh yeah, she's just sitting on the couch not doing nothing. She's just somebody I just have sex with it.
I actually know women that do get to stay home. I don't get to stay home, but I have friends, very close friends, that are afforded that privilege. None of them happen to be African American, let me say. However, they are taking care of their children. They are having their mommy dates and their children dates, and I don't think there's a lot of pushback from their husbands regarding how they take care of the home. There was actually pushback from their husbands regarding them going outside the home, right? And when that person that I'm thinking about got really stressed because she was around the kids all day, every day, and after back-to-back baby, making the family big, no adult, right? Because most women are at work. Now you walked away from a healthcare career to have children, which is not a bad thing, but there's complications that come with that, right? She found herself not having the social engagements that she needed. Then her husband told her, hire a babysitter, hire a maid, find a girlfriend to go out to lunch. So, like, I guess what I'm confused is, at what point does a man feel like he's being used if she doesn't, quote unquote, stick to the plan? Or at what point does a man feel like you taking advantage of me?
The man feels like that when I look at you after I get home from creating this incredible lifestyle that you are living, and I question your purpose in my life. I question, are you of more use to me than my children are? That's when it becomes a situation as to, like, I'm feeling slighted now. So now, more times than not, because just like y'all said, you know, that man was cool with it, didn't have no pushback, and I'm sure that man probably has a mistress. Man probably has different things of that nature, and there's no pushback in regards to that because he's providing such an incredible lifestyle. But again, as a man, if I'm coming home, and again, I'm creating this environment. Let me put that out there. And again, I have to question, like, what use are you to me aside from sex here and there? Like, you serve no use to me. And again, I just want to paint the context as to this discussion that we having. We are speaking of the aspiration of women. Just like I said, there are women that will literally say, hell yeah, I want the chef. Hell yeah, I want the cleaner lady. I want the nanny, all of this when presented that. And then Queen Sheba asked me, well, damn, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it is the mindset. Because if I'm a willing part of this relationship and I love you and I love our kids and I love what it is that we building and I'm deeply invested, I'm going to want to provide some type of imprint to this thing. But if you aspire to do those things, and let's say that I oblige that aspiration, what are you bringing me? Because for one, y'all get to adding variables, and y'all are very slick with that. Oh, he might be working for it. He might be. No. We ain't gonna add variables to the scenario that we gave. We gave what you aspire to do, which was have all of these amenities that I'm providing for you, which means you're waking up, you're doing what you want to do. You're going to the gym. You got girlfriends coming over, y'all sipping drink, gossiping, things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So again, in that scenario, if you want to be a part of this marriage, or if you love me the way that you say you do, and if we're supposed to be building this together, where is your hammer? Where's your saw? Like, where's your toolbox? What the hell are you doing? What purpose do you serve me?
So
Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
That out before you married her, because
Right.
literally any person can cook and clean. You do not need to be a professional chef or a cleaning company. This is
Right.
something that everybody, I'm hoping, is doing in their apartments or wherever they live right now. You know what I'm
DoorDash.
saying? So I would
DoorDash.
hope that you choose your woman based on more than that, so that it's not even a question of what else.
Right.
What else should she bring?
It's not about cooking and cleaning. It's about the woman availing herself for whatever the man wants her to do. Whatever. If anytime this man come home and he doesn't see his wife as an asset, he will want to get rid of her. So women, what we have to concentrate on is becoming an asset. So it's whatever your husband asks you to do. It doesn't have to be cooking and cleaning. It could be whatever he asks you to do. If cooking and cleaning is it, you do that. But it's not always about you and what you want to do, even though he has the money and you have the time. Is you check in with him first, baby, what you need for me to do today? So you have to create this life that you want, because he did say we're building together. So you got to participate in the build. And then you can have exactly what you want. Trust me, you can. But you can't come in and just think he's going to do all the work and just act as though you deserve to be blessed. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work that way.
Is that what you do in your marriage?
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
And that
And I
works
have
for you?
everything that you all ask for and want. I have.
You don't know what I want or asking for it. I don't want what you have. I don't make marriage my
Let's not
whole
make it
identity.
personal.
I
Like,
don't
let's
make it
not make
my
it
identity. I don't make it my identity. It is to save me. I don't need a man to save me. Like,
I'm
maybe
just
that
saying the
works for
things that
you, but
the
don't
things
try
that
to
you,
project your stuff on me because you
I'm
don't
not.
know.
I'm just saying the things that you express.
You don't know what I express.
Oh, I've been listening to you. I've been
So
hearing
you know.
everything. Just a moment ago, you said, we're tired. Women tired of working so hard. So I'm assuming.
Did I say that? You have a real bad habit of putting words in people's mouth. That's not what I said.
Oh, you want to? Okay.
Let's play it back because we play it back when you say a lot of other stuff.
50-50. You was like, women tired of working so hard.
I
If
said
that's not
women
what you
don't want to
said,
work
then-
and be pregnant. Women
Okay.
don't want to be 9
All
months
right.
pregnant on their
Well,
feet
that was
all
my
day.
takeaway. Forgive me.
Yeah,
But either way, as a modern woman, you want to live a certain way. You said you want to live a certain way. Not you particularly, but whoever you were talking about. And what I'm saying is I'm trying to share with you how to get it. But
I don't want
you don't want it.
Anything with me.
I agree.
Real quick, because this comment right here is exactly my point. All right. They asked me, Trill, if a woman said you can quit your 9 to 5 because she hit the lottery, would you? Sure, I would. But would I quit it and sit on my ass and do nothing? Hell no. Because again, if I'm a part of this union, I need to be contributing something, or at least that's how my mind works, right? Because
agree.
again, I don't know how many people went to college and shit like that, and they used to have like group projects and certain things like that. And then you may have a group of 6, you know what I'm saying? It's always 1 or 2 motherfuckers in the back. That just ain't adding nothing to the equation, right? But they still get the grade. I never was that guy. Like I never want to be a part of that. Like if we building some shit, I need to be doing something. I need to go to college and get my finance degree so I can learn how to maneuver this money or learn how to invest this money. But I'm gonna be contributing something. It's gonna be contributing, right? Because again, this is our union. We building this. It's both our name on this thing. So that's my issue. Like my issue is not with certain people run their marriages certain ways and that all that. That's cool. My issue is the mindset of a motherfucker to just say, you know what, I ain't providing shit.
Yeah,
and I'm perfectly okay with that. That is a problem to me.
I don't think that anybody's debating that. I think that everybody has fully across the board agreed that in any relationship, each person has to bring value to the other person. Otherwise, there's no reason for either one of y'all to be here. But I do think that like the woman's mindset, or at least for the type of men that, you know, whatever. I think the woman's mindset is very important in terms of the intangibles that a man looks for in a wife. So when he comes home, there, whatever those tangible things we were talking about, I think some men want to come home to a woman that they can discuss things with, have counsel with, use as a soundboard, discuss their plans with, what happened that day, what they're thinking of doing. What do you think about this? And so I think being in a good space as a woman to receive that and be able to be there for your man in whatever capacity he needs you to in terms of that, like emotional, because men are emotional. Okay. It takes a lot to go out in the world as a Black man and do your thing. When you come home, you need that space. So I think that most men are just trying to create an environment so that his woman can provide that space. Because when I'm outside working all day too, I come home and I need a soft place to land, just like you need a soft place to land. You know what I'm saying? So I think most men want their wives to be that soft place. And I think that as long as she's contributing value to the relationship, she can be that. But I also think that people that don't have kids or a lot of kids don't understand how taxing this is, only because I have a friend that has 2 kids under 3. And she was a stay-at-home mom. And listen, honey, I was ready to get out of there. I mean, I was exhausted from just visiting. Okay. Like, and then her husband passed away and she had to work and manage that. And like, she was just stressed, like crazy. Like, I just think that like, you also have to consider the mindset of a woman that's with kids all day, that has had no conversation, like no talk to it. talk like an adult versus like baby goo goo, like having that conversation as an adult. So I understand what Queen Sheba was saying about her friend, but I also seen the other side of working women. A good friend of my friend who told me, like, I just got off the phone with my friend. She was going off for an hour about how frustrated she is because she works 40 hours a week and she still comes home and have to do all of this stuff. And her husband doesn't really do too much. She went out of town to take a vacation. She came back home and everything was the way, like dishes were just left. Things were just left, like for her to clean up when she got home. And it's just like, if your wife is working, I just think that the scenario is different than if you have a wife that stays at home. And we have to look at it. Most women are working. So
If I could have answered,
you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a real thing.
if I could have answered, the original question was, should women go 50-50? We somehow went off track and we never came back. I would never advise any woman to go 50-50, right? But I would also never advise any woman just to stay home and sit on her butt if she had the luxury of being able to be a stay-at-home mom, right? I think both ways are out of order. So that's what I was going to say.
Agreed.
That's fair. That's all. I just want to make sure that because maybe I was hearing y'all wrong, and pardon me for hearing y'all wrong. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't no. Well, I mean, if she want to sit home and do nothing, that's a.
We went down a rabbit hole. We kind of went down and it kind of went off and came back and jumped the tracks and all of that good stuff.
You know what? Another factor that also affects women is that when we had the chance to go and work for our stuff and we get used to certain things that we buy for ourselves or provide for ourselves, and then it's really hard to go back and think like, oh my God, I have to depend on him now. I have to ask him for things. It's really hard to set. But when you never did that and you just go straight to being married, it's not as hard. So I think it's just switching that. It's probably a problem. It's hard.
Or if your parents provided you those things and that's how you grew up all of your life, and then someone asks you to like not do things that you see as a necessity because you've been doing them for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is a transition as well. And I don't fault anyone for saying like, maybe that doesn't work. Maybe I need to get with somebody that can at least keep me where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because I don't see anyone saying like, yes, let's move into a trailer park. Like, I don't see.
And that's where men have to be more realistic, because if you see a woman with certain, appearance and she takes care of herself in a certain way, you kind of have to do the math on like, you met her like that, and you have to ask the questions like, do you want to continue with that lifestyle with, with your maintenance and all that? You have to do the math if you can afford that or not. Agreed. Because that woman is already used to. Now you have to ask her if she's willing to give up on that, for sure, because you cannot expect someone to just try to understand that if you're used to traveling since you're a kid, right? And then out of nowhere, you're asking this person. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that mentality for these people is that way. For example, a man told me one day that he liked the nails. Am I going to go to the beauty salon and get my nails done just because he likes it?
No, but he
when
can pay
I
for
don't,
them. He can pay for
I
them.
don't like it. Even if he pays for it, I don't like it. I don't like it because I'm very, clumsy, and I get a lot of accidents, and it happened before. So I don't like him, even if he pays for it. But it's just because I have to please him. I have to do it now, and it has to change my mentality, and I have to deal with that. You see what I'm saying? So it's the other way around. When you see someone with this, things, you have to think about, is this really what I want? Is this really what I'm looking for? Am I willing to deal with it? So, it's not just one person that has to ask this question. It's both.
Yeah.
But Trill, like on the 50-50 part, I was having a conversation like on Clubhouse, and I agree with the comment that the young lady said, and saying like she feels like your man or like the husband should take care of fixed costs and the wife should take care of variable costs, right? And so fixed costs would be like the mortgage, our health insurance, our life insurance, like the really important things, like those are things that he takes care of every month. And then you take care of variable costs that may go up and down, say groceries, home decor, kids' clothes, paying the people to come do the yard, or like whatever. Like things
that adds up.
It actually does add up. When you especially if you buy nice wine and stuff, like that grocery bill can get a little out of control. But at least you know that like that is something that fluctuates, and you could decrease it if you wanted to and increase it if you wanted to, versus like I think in masculinity, the fixed cost should be his, period. The mortgage, you know what I mean? Our health insurance, the IUL, like without a doubt, every month that those are taken care of. So I agreed with that sentiment.
I like that. I like that. Did everybody get to answer this 50-50 question? Rick?
Y'all know I don't believe in it. I just don't. Like I said, I understand most women's nature. Not all. Most. Right? It's exactly what they say. If I'm 50-50 with you, why you here? It's just what it is. And it ain't nothing personal to people that do it. If you do it, great. But I believe in it. I believe in not giving my woman no excuse. I'm not gonna give you no excuse. This is taken care of. This is one thing. What killed most marriages is money, but really what's behind it is the worry. Right? The money is just the subject matter. The real reason is the worry that she has. She's not feeling secure within that. Right? So that's why I tell y'all, a lifestyle that a woman wants for herself, you want to wear a certain bag, you want to wear certain shoes. That's something she was supposed to provide for herself. I provide the necessities. Exactly what Kayla just said. That's what I've been saying all this time. I'm the stability. I'm the rock. I provide what we need day in and day out. I'm the place you can come. Right? But the other stuff that you thinking somebody, nah, that's you. Now your birthday, you know what I'm saying? Anniversaries, we all do that. Come on now. I'm not a savage. You know what I'm saying? But as far as this other stuff, I want this. Nah, that's no. That's what you do. That's why people spend so much money on Christmas. Because that's what your kids want. I want the new PS5 with the God of War Ragnarok. 2 controllers. No, we not children. And if you feel or if you have those means, that's cool. That's your lane. I ain't knocking nobody from doing that. That's your lane. What I'm saying is that everybody should be moving financially in their lane. That's all I'm saying. It ain't got nothing to do with go-getterness or nothing. Some people millionaires, some people billionaires, some people $100,000 right? But I understand a woman after a while, if she's got to go with you dollar for dollar, she gonna look at you as an equal. Unless she's a mature, I'm just being honest, she got to be special. She has to be special. Because that would if a woman's able to do that, that would let me know she's able to fight against her nature. So that's all I got. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. A man should provide for the basics, and I agree with Kayla. The other stuff, that's how it's supposed to go. That's how I do it. That's what I should say. How you work out your house, as long as it work for y'all and y'all happy and y'all ain't hurting nobody, knock yourself out.
Well, see, here's a question that I got for y'all, because I think, but as I think about it, Ricky voice come in my head because he didn't answer this before. But as far as like young couples starting out, right? Because we all know that most men don't reach their financial, you know what I'm saying, situation until 35, I think 36, somewhere around there, to where it just get really, really comfortable. And it's like, okay, I can take on way more of a load. But like a lot of young couples don't really have much of a choice in that aspect, aside from to go 50-50. But again, like I said, as I'm thinking about it, Ricky voice in my head, well, the living expenses need to match what you can afford. Or here's a question: should you even be in a relationship to begin with?
Okay, finish, Trill.
What? Because I actually have an example about that. So my sister married her high school sweetheart. They obviously had to grow up together. Like they literally started off as kids. and grew up as adults. So there's a lot of like changing variables. They both in school, they both broke college students, and they decided to live together. And during that time, they both going 50-50 because it's like, that's reality. Like, she's not going to be like, oh, I hope you're paying all the bills. Like, no, we both doing the same thing. But at the end of the day, they both had a goal. And that man had ambition. Now, at the point of 30 something, he's now able to pay the main bills. And now her money, they're both making great money. He's making great money, but they grew up together. So if you're not growing up, it depends on that age, because you got to be realistic. If you're 23 years old, 21 years old, you can't expect a 21-year-old, 24-year-old, 25-year-old dude to pay all the bills. Like, if you do end up getting a guy that's like that, that's a small percentage of men that can be able to do that at that age. So I think young women, it's okay to be with a man if you want to grow with him. That I recommend women being with men around their age and growing with that man. So there's a respect there. You're not getting a man that's trying to tell you what to do, or you do this with them older men that's set in their ways, because you're still full of life. So be with a man that's still full of life and ambition as well.
And I agree with that, but that will require, again, women to have an understanding, right? Again, the fact of the matter is, even though, and there's no shade, B. Taylor, just analyzing, okay? Even though you say don't mess with an older guy, yeah, I believe that younger couples should get together and work it out and build together. That's what I've been saying forever, right? But the truth is, a lot of women, not all, right, want to deal with an older dude first. I think that's a fact. I mean,
they want to deal with them to have fun.
Hold
they
on,
want to deal with them because they think, oh, $45,000 a year is more than what this 23-year-old boy is.
Right.
But as they get older, they don't want those older men. Now, some women just look for security, and that's all they want. They don't care who it comes from. But a lot of older men who go for the younger women are men who are set in their age. They can't get women that's in their age group, because the women in their age group surpass them. So they hit the wall. They hit the wall financially. That's why they go to the younger women, because they always talk about women hitting the wall, our age and our beauty, right? Men hit the wall financially. It's a lot of bitter old men out there. That's the best that they can do. So who's more impressionable? A younger woman, or women who are around their age group that's surpassing them and running circles around them financially? So therefore, they go and get whatever is more impressionable, which is a younger woman. But that woman is going to soon grow up and realize, yeah, I could do better than this.
I hear you on that. And the thing is, I want to address that. How long can we use that as an excuse for y'all when there's so many examples? You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Is like, the truth of it, like, I know
that's why young women go for potential. I think that is okay for young women.
Can I finish my thought, if you don't mind, please?
Potential.
If you don't mind, can I finish my thought? Right. And I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that it takes a level of maturity from both sides. Right. Again, I think, but this is what we was talking about last night, Trill. The whole problem is, B. Taylor and everybody in the chat, and this is I ain't trying to hit nobody, right? The problem is, like I said, we not passing on these lessons to our children correctly, right? Again, if men were being men and women were being, and I ain't gonna even say, look, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm not even on women now, because y'all gonna do what y'all gonna do, right? Y'all own people, y'all own humans. It ain't nobody's job to control y'all. It ain't men's job to control y'all. You should want to be a wife. You should want to be nurturing. You should want to be a support system. So if that's not something you want to do, cool. Fellas, what we got to learn is that we need to take our place as men and move as men. You want your daughter to find a great man, be a great man. Teach her what a great man is, right? We doing all this talking, but nobody is really willing to lead by example anymore. And I think this is the real issue that nobody's really addressing, right? So again, B. Taylor, I hear exactly what you're saying. These girls are grown up and taught to, hey, look at the older dudes first, whether it's curiosity, high school dreams, or whatever, right? But that's because somebody not teaching them the ways of the Wu-Tang.
I think a lot of older men are predators on a lot of younger women. I've seen younger girls and older guys try to, I got a car, and she 14. A 14-year-old gonna get impressed by a man. You 21, you should be having a car. A lot of men are predators.
That's not a good word to use.
Hold on.
I mean, especially when young girls talking about hitting licks.
I don't know about
That's
all.
not appropriate to say that a girl.
If I just
That's
mention
not
the
a
age,
predator.
if I just
Hold
mention
on.
the age 14, and you don't see anything wrong with a 21-year-old going after a 14-year-old, what other word would you like me to use?
I thought you were talking about
No,
adults.
I
And you
said
said
specifically
living together.
14 and a 21-year-old. So what word would you like me to use?
Right. And listen to what
That's
I'm saying.
jail time, but I thought you were talking about adults. I don't
I'm
know why
sorry,
we
Queen
talked
Sheba.
about a
Did you want to
14-year-old.
speak something real quick, Queen Sheba, before I
Yeah.
go?
So when we talking about young girls, I'm gonna use when we say leading by example. I have a 15-year-old niece. Okay. I would never coach my little niece to go after an older boy. Okay. I will. So she was talking to a boy. I guess they have a little group chat, and she texted me and said, "Oh, he's a Christian." And I told him my auntie's a Christian, and he works out. And I told him my auntie works out, right, and things like that. So I'm coaching her on values. I'm coaching her on selecting a good circle. I'm not coaching her on dating. I'm asking different things. Is he respectful? Does he curse? Who's all in this group chat? Not only that, in March, we're taking her to see college campuses, right? Because she doesn't have, her family can't do that for her. Her mother can't do that for her. But guess what? You don't have to be directly the biological parent to show an example. There's more out there. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm still a part of that village. So that's what me and my husband and my best friend are doing for her.
Okay. Yeah.
So I don't know what everybody else is teaching the young girls and their families, but as far as me and my house, I'm not directing my little niece to go find an older man.
Right.
I couldn't even imagine. But go ahead.
Right. And look, I think again, I ain't trying to make this personal with nobody. So again, no knocks on nobody. What I'm saying is I'm not, and I hear what you're saying, B. Taylor, but I wasn't talking about the extreme example, right? I'm talking about young ladies that's 18, 19, 20, chasing dudes that's not in their age bracket. You see what I'm saying? We can't sit up there and say a grown woman is being taken advantage of by another grown man. She's a grown woman. You see what I'm saying?
An 18-year-old?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
legally, she's a grown woman, but mentally,
Yeah, that's no.
she just got out of high school. Actually, I was still in high school when I was 18.
Understood, but the truth is, B. Taylor, you knew what you was doing.
When I was 18?
Yeah, you knew what you was
y'all
doing.
putting all these life expectations on a high schooler.
No,
wow.
You put them on yourself.
You're putting all these expectations and knowledge and wisdom on an 18-year-old.
No, again, you're taking it personal. I don't want to make this personal.
I'm not making it personal. I'm talking about realistic.
Right. So this is what I'm saying, B. Taylor. We gotta understand, right? Even though these people are out here, these children, whether you want to call them children, young adults, young matures, they still had a decision to make. Right? And that's the whole problem with Black folks in general. Don't nobody want to blame the people involved.
I think what I'm saying is when you say lead by example, if you have an 18-year-old person in your house, you should be leading them and guiding them until the day they walk out that door.
Understood. But what is leading? Leading is me setting the example and me teaching the lessons, correct?
But also talking, however their learning style is. Sometimes it is. Some of them, every child is different. But I'm just saying, if they're still in your home, it's our responsibility.
Understood.
When they go off track, to put them right back.
Again, I understand what y'all saying, but I'm talking about the realities of life. If everything went the way it was supposed to go, all of us are right now being bored with martinis in our hands, right? But what I'm saying is this: you can lead. This is just the honest to God truth. You can try yours. Okay, for example, some people, you notice how some people, they had, in your eyes, they had the best parents, but those kids come out the worst. But you'll have a kid whose family who is crack-ridden, alcoholism, by they self-abandoned, that come out better than those people. I've seen it too many times, right? Because the truth of the matter is, when it comes to your children or young adults, I can set an example, but once a person gets an idea in their head, just like everybody on this panel, you're going to make your own decision. And what I'm saying is this: even with you saying, Queen Sheba, that the example should be set, what I'm saying is in our so-called community, all culture, the highest percentage of people don't even have that example. They don't even have that example. Right? And this is what I'm saying, ladies, and I'm taking this off y'all. This has nothing to do with the women. Nothing. As men, we have to start to lead our households the best way we can. So in these incidents where B. Taylor talks about that happened, more than likely, 9 times out of 10, there wasn't even a father to provide that guidance or leadership. Is that fair to say?
Wait, for the man?
Yes.
Yeah.
Most of these men that y'all out here that the women discuss, that y'all don't like, that y'all call simps, that y'all don't respect, more than likely in our community, is it fair to say they didn't have a role model or a father in the house?
Yeah, but can I also add that those same girls that also didn't have a father and not an active mother teaching them as well? Is that fair to say? Yeah.
Agreed. And so this is where I'm putting all the onus on us men, because I keep trying to tell y'all, if I choose to have a relationship with you, and this is what guys need to understand, there should be no 50-50. You guys y'all want y'all woman to have accountability when you're accountable for her. You chose her, my guy. Your girl get a speeding ticket. If she ain't got the money, who's supposed to pay it? You. Yeah. She your girl. You chose her. And y'all expect women, no matter what y'all say, whether they made the idea up or put it out in the atmosphere, y'all adopted it. Right? So, and this is what's crazy to me, especially in these red pill spaces in the MGTOW, y'all say y'all understand a woman's nature.
They don't.
Right? So then you should know if your woman is working 50-50, after a while, she gonna be like, bro, I got my own money. I got my own dough. I can do bad by myself.
Yeah.
So somebody lying. It's time for men to be men. I don't care what women do. Why do y'all care what they doing? If you a man and you standing on your square, they ain't gonna be able to get over on you. If you got standards, you ain't gonna be out here impregnating no trick, no hoe. But we don't want to have that conversation as men, right? You want to keep pointing the fingers, right? Where if you just the man you need to be, you won't have none of these problems. And if you did have one of them, it wouldn't last no longer than you hearing about it. But what do I know? I'm guessing some guy on YouTube.
All right, man. We're gonna pay some bills real quick, man. I'm enjoying the conversation. But I found the clip. And
oh,
the irony is, man, I found the clip.
What clip exactly?
It was about a young lady speaking about she aspires to live a life of leisure.
A life of leisure.
Yeah.
What does that mean to her? Leisure.
Don't just hold 1 second.
I just want to know, because my life of leisure may not be the same as others if I tell you what I think a life of leisure is.
But see again, this is why we're gonna go for it, and then we're gonna unpack it. The wild part is that it falls right into the topic discussion. That's why I love it so much. But before we do, man, hey man, make sure y'all tap that like button if y'all ain't tapped the like. But it's a hell of a conversation, man. I don't know if y'all don't like this damn conversation, leave the chat. I don't know. Jesus Christ. But real quick, man, accountability part in the building with the 10 ball. What's good, panel? Much love, crew season. What up, G? Welcome to the panel, man. You already know what time it is, man. I'll be give it up on this side, man. Salute the bro. Marcus Evans with the 5 ball. A relationship should be 100-100. F the 50-50 nonsense. Y'all semantics, but I mean, I feel you. Marcus with the 5 ball. Where's Lucky at? Look, man, Lucky has some business to take
Marcus
care
been
of,
in them comments looking.
My boy wasn't playing no games, man. Lucky has some business to take care of, man. She gonna be back soon. Illusafco in the building. That's family right there, man. What up, G? Ball. You say people need to listen and stop limiting other people to their own understanding. A sick parent requires empathy. empathy, not tradition.
Amen. Where he at?
Bro is on the road too, man. I tried to get him to pull up, man. He, say he has somewhere to drive, but he gonna be back soon. Real quick, man. The 100 ball just came in. Salute to Ash, man. We appreciate you. Lord, she said, I rock with SB and Ricky as a Gen Xer, 48 years old. My wife is a homemaker, personal secretary. I paid all the bills, needs. I give her a monthly allowance for her extra lifestyle wants. She shares her insight. I provide foresight, and I make 100% of the final decisions. That's how it should go. Man. So salute to you, Ash. We appreciate the 100 ball, man. Real rap.
I know B. Taylor feel the way about that monthly allowance part.
I don't feel.
I love an allowance.
I'm teasing.
Why would I feel the type of way?
I'm just teasing you.
I love an allowance.
I'm like, why would I feel the type of way? How y'all know I don't get
200. All the bills paid, you get $200.
Make it stretch.
Okay, don't be dramatic.
Wow. The 200
$200 a month.
A week. You get $200 a week.
I couldn't do a week, maybe a month.
A month, girl.
200 a month is crazy to stretch. But
So your allowance.
Bria with the fireball. I'm a SAHN. Oh, stay at home mom. Okay, pardon y'all. I've been drinking, man. Y'all can't be just throwing acronyms up there like that.
Yeah.
And wife, and you should ask questions about why and how they want to stay home. Y'all make an educated decision based on her reasoning. See, look at they don't agree with that. That last sentence got them. They was rolling with him to that last.
In a relationship, you got to make an educated decision based on
her reasoning.
Oh, it's her reason.
She's saying talk to her why she want to stay home and then make a decision. Yeah. That's what she's saying. Right. Decision. I got you. Sis.
Yes, she means like if based on her reasoning, if he's gonna allow her to stay home, that's what it kind of sounds like.
Mm-hmm. But salute to Bria, man. We appreciate you. Black Lexicon with the 10 ball. It was a culture shock for black boys to see black girls move ahead of them financially and not knowing how it happened. It was demeaning. They rebelled. Women blame men, not the economic constructs.
The economics has a lot to do with it for black men.
I agree with it.
Definitely. Black Lexicon with the fireball again. It made matters worse by only offering third-person advice after, rather than getting her hands dirty and being proactive to help him to level up. That means roll y'all sleeves up and pick the hammer up. Nah, we ain't get nobody else to do it. You're gonna do it.
Get somebody else to do it.
Marcus with the fireball. The sisterhood is strong with this subject. What a way to start 2023. Man, that boy ain't playing with y'all up here today. He ain't going for that sisterhood. Black Lexicon with the fireball. That caused some black men to look in a different direction to get that support. Interracial marriages. Passport bros, per se.
Goodbye. And look inside her like, no, don't come over here, bring that. She's like, get to it. Don't come over here with that mess.
Damn. Black Lexicon
because they're not married. They're just spreading their toxicity, spreading their seeds, and creating single mothers outside of the country. So no.
Exactly.
Look, the meaning was from the construct, not our women. Okay. I got you. Marcus with the fireball. The personal shots is unnecessary.
Great.
I would agree. Let's keep it civil, guys. Let's keep it civil. V with the 10 ball. That's that corporate boy.
Code switching like a motherfucker.
Right. Straight up.
You already know.
As women, we expect men to work and provide. Then men can expect us to cook, clean, nurture, raise, and educate our children so they become capable of articulating logical and not emotional opinions. Interesting. Let me see. O'Shea Lennox, the hobbyist with the fireball. Kayla, a woman trying to tell men what they want when they come home. It's what women want.
I was speaking what I was speaking based on what I've heard men say. So.
All right, there we have it. Sheldon with the fireball. What's wrong with 50-50 if the majority of the women are coming with package deals and they are saving more, especially if the baby daddy is still active?
I think that person has a good point. I think when you're bringing children into the picture, that's a whole different conversation. So I think that's a good point.
I would love that topic.
I bet you would.
I just want some insight. Just some insight. That's it.
Oh Lord.
I bet you
Insight.
would. John the Baptist, fireball facts. Rick, I am Mr. 50,000.
50,000.
50,000.
You say I make the I'm Mr. 50,000. I make the decisions. Got you.
So
My bad.
what was he saying? He make 50,000, so he makes
Right.
a lot of decisions.
Mm-hmm. No, he basically saying he makes the decisions despite making 50,000. Saying his woman still, you know what I'm saying, respects how he giving it up, and all women should respect how they man giving it up regardless of salary. That's essentially what he's getting at. B. Taylor, fix your face. John with the fireball. B. Taylor, men don't reach their earning peak until mid-40s, way after women hit their wall at 30.
Which men are we talking? Race of men are we talking about? Because we got to be specific when we talk about these statistics. Are we talking about white men or are we talking about black men? Because it's a big difference.
All right, John, gonna have to write in and give some clarification. Marcus with the fireball. Has anyone ever heard of unlearn? I have, but I also know unlearning is 10 times more difficult than learning. Tell you that, especially
it's easier to form a habit than it is to break one.
That's a fact. So teach it right the first time, man. Real rap. John, fireball. B. Taylor, young women should marry men. Stop calling provider males predators.
What is he saying? Young women should marry men? Did they mean older men? John the Baptist, if you want a younger woman, go try to go do that. Go try to do that. Do what makes you happy. Let's see how that works out.
Yeah, man, that boy John ain't playing with B. Taylor here tonight. John with the fireball. Too many women and men are raised by feminist ideologies. I agree with that 1,000%. And it has a lot to do with the man not being in the home, and we got to fix that for damn sure. Web Slinger, the 20 ball. Appreciate you. Says 50-50 don't got to be taken so literally. A man that expects his woman to pay half of everything and still be feminine is delusional. But 80-20 or 75-25 is reasonable in my opinion. Like Denzel said, I'm leaving here with something. Salute to Denzel. It's a classic clip. I agree with that 100%. I've said this before. I don't think it's ever 50-50, ever. The man is going to pay more, always. That's just what it is. We can, it's never 50-50.
It should.
But Hawk with the fireball. I tell my daughter I'm just a man. She tells me you the man. She trusts my judgment, even if it makes her mad. I just need those things in a wife.
It's beautiful.
That's facts. I respect that. Class clown with the 10 ball side. Why are black women so against age gap dating?
They're not.
A man is in his prime financially in his mid 30s, and she in her prime physically, early 20s. Wouldn't it make sense to age gap date?
I don't have an issue with age gap date. I've been
Most
doing that
women
since
don't.
I was like 25. So
Most women don't.
Yeah, but if you're talking about like grooming like a high school girl for like,
that's
then that's a whole different conversation. Like we're not
I've
having
seen the comments where 40-something-year-old men were saying I date women between 18 to 25. 18 to 25 at his 45 big age.
But let's not act like can we be real? Let's not act like some of these high school.
Go ahead and say it.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead and say
you
it.
got there?
You don't want to go there.
Let's
say it.
not act like some of these high school girls don't be grown as fuck and be doing grown shit. Let's not act like that doesn't happen. And 22-year-old guys thinking they dating somebody that's older, they don't even ask because she looks grown as shit. I lived in DC, and when I used to ride by the bus stop, honey.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the men who intentionally go
the middle
after.
school. I was like, what's going on at this bus stop? Like, I wear stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, let's not act like everyone is.
Two things can be true.
I'm talking younger men, like under 25. Men that are over 30, they know when a girl is young. They can start talking to her and they know when a girl is young. So I'm talking about younger men, like early 20s. sometimes end up around like teenage girls. So like, but if you're over 30, like you're over 40, like stop it. Like you get moved into the P category, right? But like a 22-year-old, 21-year-old, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that's around the
you
same.
know, that might happen because some of them be out here in these streets.
It should be the 7. What is it? The 7 year, no more than.
I thought
That's
it was
like
10.
half your age plus 7 or something like that.
After 25 is 10 years, right?
I think the problem is that they are just getting close to these girls, young girls, to get benefits, not marrying them. If they were coming with the intention to getting married with them, that would be a different story.
Yeah.
Sure.
But they're getting close to them and approaching them with just trying to take advantage of them. That's
And a
what
lot
I
of
see.
yeah, a
That's
lot
what
of them
it's
are
wrong.
old and sick, and they want you to become their nurse.
Right.
Look,
Because if you
18
want
and
to
under,
come
it
and
should be
approach,
2 years.
if you want to
18
come
and
and
under, it should
approach
be
a woman,
no more than 2 years. Just FYI, if you don't
Right.
want to go to jail. 18 and under, no more than 2 years.
yeah.
So
I
if
just
she's
see
18,
like
technically
that-
he should not be older than 21. But after she hits, I think 20, then it's game on.
right, because they always mention, oh, she's on her peak between her 20s and 25, whatever, to have kids. All right, you're not wrong for saying that, and you have the right to come and approach a woman, but come with the right intentions, because if you're saying that she's in the peak for having kids and then marry them, mold them, as you call it, or lead them, whatever. That's not a problem if you're saying all that, but come with the intention to provide for them and be good for them and lead them and with the right intentions. But if you're coming just to take advantage of
And
this,
if you're an average
women,
man, if you're an average man trying to go for a 20-year-old and make her sacrifice her youth, her body for your old seeds, I don't think so. I don't think
they want to hear that, D. Taylor. They don't think
they don't want to hear the truth.
They don't
and
think
I'm
the
gonna say
seeds
it.
get
That's why
old.
I don't
They
care.
don't think
I'm
that
gonna
though,
say it.
even though
Nobody no
they
20-year-old want to ruin her body for no 45-year-old man.
But I think that's also the reason why some women date older because remember, yeah, you can believe in your college boyfriend's dream and his plan, right? And wake up at 29 and he still ain't did it yet.
That's on you.
And you done wasted your youth trying to see if he's going to get there versus going with someone that's already secure, who's like 30, like late 30s.
You
so
gotta
that's
be
why
smart.
some women date up because it's like, it's a less of a risk. He already got his shit together.
You got to be smart.
If you're being smart, don't date men.
No, I'm saying you got to be smart. Don't stick it out with a man until you're 29 and you see he's not going nowhere.
But women do it all the time. I have 3 friends that have been with their boyfriend since Howard. Our 10-year anniversary is this year. They've been with their boyfriend since Howard, and all 3 of them just got engaged within the last 2 years. We're all 31, and all of their men happen to actually go and be a doctor, a famous chef, and something else. So it all worked out for them, right? Like Howard men, they tend to.
Or you can get with an older man and then
that doesn't happen to that doesn't happen to all women. They be 10 years in and he's still and then now you're in a whole other age gap and you've invested your youth into a person. And so if you don't have that right guidance when you're young in order to mitigate risk in terms of how you're selecting who you're going to settle down with, then you end up in situations like that. It happens to women all the time.
Yeah, but
I see him on TikTok I've been making my man dinner. I've been with him for 7 years. I'm waiting for him to propose. It happens all of the time.
And it can also happen on the other side as well, where I know young women who got married to older men and end up being not with that man as well. So it just depends on your decision.
Right, y'all.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, y'all, real quick, man. We got to finish paying these bills. I'm enjoying the enthusiasm in the conversation, but we got to finish this up. Money 1322. The 2 ball. Jay and Bay got a 12-year age gap.
Yeah, ain't
Is this a problem?
Yeah, ain't Jay Beyonce.
They do. I thought. Matter of fact, I think Jay-Z met her at 16. Some would say red shirted.
Wait a minute.
Wait, what's
but he
red
didn't
shirted?
date her at 16.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Jay knew her for a minute, but he didn't pursue her.
Yeah.
And
Until
she was
grown.
25, right? Or
He knew her
23?
for a minute.
Yeah, I think she was 19.
He waited
18?
till she became of age to holler at her.
Yeah.
19.
Yeah, 18, 19,
That's
somewhere
fine.
around there. But again, these is relationship goals. So I think that's why That's why he put it out there. But that's that's neither here nor there. We're gonna keep it moving.
Well, you see,
Uh,
the intention was there.
Oh yeah, the money was there.
He
She
committed.
had money too.
He committed,
like,
right? He
That
gave
these
her.
men that get with younger women like that be having money, like beyond not no 100,000. They be millionaires. So y'all not at
Y'all
this
know
level.
Jay messed with Foxy Brown too when she was a shorty too, right? So is he a predator?
Tyga dated Kylie when she was 16, and he was
Hold on.
like
That's
28.
not the
talking about
question I'm
Tyga. We're talking
asking.
about Jay. We
Hold on,
we
but
need answers.
Foxy tells a very horrific story about that. So it wasn't a pleasant story.
I know. That's why I'm asking the question, Queen Shoe.
If a woman says that if a woman gives a very unpleasant sexual experience with the man that makes it feel like she wasn't ready for that experience, I'm not gonna call her a liar.
Exactly.
But wasn't Foxy also the one that went to prison and gave a somewhat of experience to one of those rappers in prison also?
I don't know about her.
Conjugal visits?
Did she go to prison or was that Remy Ma?
Not she. No, not she. She went to visit. Let me think about who the rapper was, and she gave a nice visit to him in the prison.
All right, salute to John the Baptist. Father, he says, I've been married 27 years to the same woman.
Congrats, bro.
26-year-old son. Yeah, matter of fact, 26 years married. We got to,
good work, bro.
Have to get that around the applause, man. 26-year-old son and a 21-year-old daughter. Why do modern day women know so many bad men?
You're right.
That's a good question.
Very good.
With the fireball, my grandparents on both sides, the men were 11 years older than their wives. They were married until they passed. Why change what has always worked? Interesting dynamics. Class clown to fireball. Black women are mad that Lakeith Stanfield at 30 got a 23-year-old pregnant, calling him a creep. Really?
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, no, I seen that on Instagram.
He's 23.
Yeah, the girl he
that
got
is,
pregnant. 23.
It is creepy.
I don't think so.
It's creepy.
When I was 23, I mean, it definitely was over 30. So I don't think that's creepy.
All right, man. Marcus with the I don't even know how to transition out of that shit. Marcus with the fireball. My stepdad is 10 years older than my mom and been together for 22 years. That's 22 years of marriage. That's that as well. Boy, say, what is y'all talking about? So it sound like he wrote that improperly for a reason, just to add emphasis to it. But yeah, 22 years of marriage. Hold on, man. My dog, Mike Dub in the building with the 100 ball. Salute to my boy, man. Where you been at? Shout out to preseason, man. Salute to my dog, Mike Dub, man. Y'all already know that's family right there. Straight up and down. We appreciate you, bro. All right, man. We gonna get to this clip, man, and you know I'm coming right to.
Oh Lord.
Let me see who I'm coming right to first. SB. We coming right to SB first to get her reaction to what this young lady had to say about living a life of leisure.
Being a housewife is not a reward. Being a woman of leisure is a reward.
Hey, real quick, before we get any further, man, y'all make sure that y'all tap that like button, man. If y'all ain't tapped it already, man, we appreciate it.
Hey, shout out to 8 at the table. Sorry, go ahead.
In the building. Yeah, that's facts, man. Salute to them. We appreciate everybody for putting up with us today, man. It's a hell of a conversation going on. If y'all like it, make sure y'all tap the like button. Back to the video.
Being a housewife is not a reward. Being a woman of leisure is a reward.
But that's the same thing.
No, they're not. No, they're not. If you're a woman of leisure, if you are a woman of leisure, you don't have responsibilities. Your responsibility is being a woman of leisure. If you are a housewife, you maintain and you manage the house. That's not a fucking reward. It's a job. Whether it's only 20 hours a week, it's still a job.
If there's no
if you trying to reward me because I was there through the tough times, let me be a woman of leisure. Let me be a kept woman. That is a reward. Rewarding me with washing dishes is not a fucking reward.
I don't like washing dishes, so I want a reward for that.
Shout out to Erin. Erin be keeping it real, and her and her husband are amazing.
Okay, man, just real quick before we go any further, I just love when clips confirm what it is that I be trying to explain on these panels, man. She spoke to exactly what I just said. The aspiration is a life of leisure. And that life of leisure didn't include her doing anything that contributes to the relationship. So I just wanted to make that clear. But SB, your thoughts on the
I agree with you. But there could be some conditions or some other part of the clip that we did not hear or of the conversation, because he could be a man of leisure.
He's
I'm
talking
sorry?
on the clip.
Well,
Just the
he
clip.
could be a man of leisure also, but actually just dealing with what you said, you're right, Ricky. I agree with you, Trill. It doesn't make any sense. Because even if he's rewarding me, I will still want to be show appreciation for the fact that he works hard to reward me this way. So I wouldn't take advantage of it. So I do think that that's just a terrible thought process. I always would want to remain an asset.
Oh, your thoughts on the clip? Oh, when it first came across your desk a couple weeks ago, what did you think of when you first seen it?
Hey man, obviously it's out of my tax bracket. That's the first thing I thought about. You know, I mean, I think you just have to meet somewhere in the middle. You know, at the end of the day, you know, you want to definitely give your woman a life of leisure, but you want to find some type of value so you're able to reward that leisure. So it just, you know, be some. You got to do something. You got to do something. Unless you like, if you're just gonna be laying around and doing nothing, going to brunch with your girl, doing this, doing that. If I got a bunch of money, I'm probably gonna have a couple women, several women, because it's not much value you really adding outside of that. You may have a good conversation here and there, but I mean, like, what else are you doing? So, I mean, hey, if it works for you, it works for you. But obviously, I ain't there yet. So,
Ronan, life of leisure is the aspiration. Like, what was your thoughts when she was speaking and defining on what a life of leisure is, and the fact that she, you know, that's the aspiration. What was your thoughts?
First, I'll get into it. I want to say a shout out to J Anime. Proud of you and your wife. Looking for great things for you and hers. Y'all kick ass and do what y'all do. When I first heard the clip, Lady of Leisure, from my military experience, I knew that as a hoe. Streetwalker, culture-rated prostitute, a beautiful bum. And when it comes down to it, this is what a guy asks himself. Is he with a woman who's an asset, or is she a squatter? Is she a dusty trophy? Looks cute, but just sits around the house, collects dust, adds more to the bills, stress, a mental migraine, all of that. You have to bring more to the table besides your vagina and your problems. Now, the thing is, myself, we talking about the whole relationship thing. I know it's going to fluctuate, but I go all in. I make sure to give myself reminders on the phone to make sure I do my part, because I overthink things. But again, when you have someone who says, I want to be kept, which I do not understand the fucking term that is. When it comes to that, are you keeping me up at night worrying about your bullshit that I had to wake up to or go to sleep for? That's a man's constant question. It's a man's constant question. So when I saw that clip, this reminded me of the last relationship I had. Like, you know what? Brought some flashbacks back, but hey, I let that be. But I kept her on the curb. That's where the fuck she needed to be.
Kayla, life of leisure. What is your thoughts on said life?
I do believe that it's different. I think all women do aspire to a life of leisure. I don't think that means, I think you guys misinterpreted what she may have meant, because she actually didn't even explain what that meant. But I do think, like, the difference, in my opinion, a life of leisure is what we were speaking about earlier in terms of doing any like clerical or housework or doing anything like that, right? That has nothing to do with tending to your children, tending to yourself. But I think a woman of leisure has that option to only do those things, which is tend to myself, make sure that I am up in my femininity and doing everything. A woman of leisure is keep everything is, when it says kept, everything is kept. That's what it means to be a kept woman. Everything is kept because I'm focusing on this and being at your whatever you need me to be doing all the time. I don't need to worry about dishes. I don't need to worry about schedules. There's people to take the kids places. There's people to do dishes. There's people to clean up around here. I can spend my time focusing on whether that's preparing something for the kids' education or me personally being kept for you in whatever way you want that to be. That means being in the gym. That means being at the trainer. That means getting massages for my neck regularly so I can do the things that I need to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what it means to be kept. Okay, because when and then Ronan said you don't want to BS. What BS do I have if I'm kept? What BS am I talking to you about? I got BS when I got to go to work. Not when I come home, I may have some BS to talk to you about. I got BS when I got to worry about these different other responsibilities around life. That's where these BS problems come from. If you're not doing anything but waking up, you're getting a facial, you're going to the gym, you're going to take your kids to school, you're feeding them breakfast, you make them breakfast, you take them to school, you drop them off. You know what I'm saying? You go get lingerie, new lingerie for him tonight. You go get candles for the house. You go get some roses for the kitchen. You're living a life of leisure. Okay. You pick the kids up from school. You get them into bed when he comes home. Like that to me is a woman that's living a life of leisure. If you're washing dishes every day, you're running schedules. Y'all housewives do a lot.
Housewives. Yeah.
They're not just housewives, they're housekeepers, they're the housemaids, they're the house valet, they're the house drive people everywhere, pick things up, drop things off. They be getting my dry cleaning. Like they do a lot.
24-hour job.
Y'all don't fully understand. Sorry for the rant, but I don't think that y'all fully understood the difference. And a lot of men aren't financially able to provide. They are able to provide you don't have to go out and work, but I still need your contribution. I don't have the funds to do those other things. So I agree that most women aspire for a life of leisure, and I see nothing wrong with that. But I don't think that should be an expectation. We all want to be Jay-Z. What's the likelihood of that happening? Right? But we're all striving to get to whatever place that God has for us, right? So we stay realistic in our climb, right? But there's nothing wrong with like having those dreams. Some of us dream of having a Ferrari.
Ronan, you would like to respond?
Yes, I would like to respond to the question at hand. When you have individuals that say they're kept, that's we had that conversation in the beginning, what we're planning to do. Now, when you have an individual who offers substandard sex, the ones who wants to get consistently fatter, the one who quits their job and say they want to do one thing and consistently makes excuses instead of effort.
This is getting personal.
No, it's not getting personal. It's just experience. But
yours is highly negative.
It's what it was. But when you have an individual,
don't put that on us and the rest of the community.
I'm saying, for example,
okay,
you have an individual who wants to deviate from the plan intentionally. The only thing that they keep doing is sandbagging from the plan. That's where a lot of issues come from. Now, there's some women who actually put in effort. I get that part. But in most cases, outside the panel, there are many who like to sandbag and say, I don't want to do nothing. I want to sit there and like be treated like a princess and contribute nothing. Very little. And that's what you see off there. I know there's some that outside your friends and everything like that, but there are most. And again, this is a person who is OCD and likes to clean up, likes to be a part of things. Again, so I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. But when you are picking up the slack from this other person who's just sandbagging it all the way, makes every excuse, even when you make concessions to open the gym or do things for to better themselves, and they don't. This is where you have to vote with your feet. She can keep that shit moving. That's what I'm just telling the guys out there. Same thing with a woman. If you got a dude who's just laying up on the couch with a hot PlayStation and fucking no calls from the job, yet if you're not communicating and sticking to the plan, you have to make those decisions, honestly. But again, we like to make excuses and losing time and opportunities trying to baptize bums into brilliance, and it's not happening.
All right, Ms. B. Taylor.
I think
leisure.
I think men need to live as a housewife for a week and actually understand what the job is, because y'all think it's just washing dishes and sweeping and looking cute and taking stuff out the oven. When you're a housewife, it's 24/7. There is no breaks. I don't get a lunch break. I don't get vacation away. It's 24/7. I am friends with a lot of housewives in my neighborhood area, and those mothers are tired because they do not get a break from away. Like the husband, they feel like their husband get a break because their husband is away with other adults talking. He gets a lunch break. He gets to eat by himself. When you got kids, you can't even go to the bathroom by yourself. Okay, you can't eat whatever you eat, and they want to eat it too. So it's like it's a lot. So I think a lot of women are just saying, I want to feel like a human being as well. I don't want to make my life miserably hard. Like I don't want to have to the dishes are piled up. Like I did laundry, and at the end of the day, the laundry is stacked back up again. The dishes are piled back up again. It's like, damn, can my life be a little bit easier too? Like because the hours that a stay-at-home mom put in is actually it's nonstop. When the kids are sick, when the husband is sick, when you're sick as a man, you get sick days. When you're a stay-at-home mom, there is no sick days. You just got to work through it. So if you're throwing up sick and the kids throwing up sick, guess what? You got to clean up everybody throw up. Okay. So I think when men say this, I don't think they understand what she's trying to say. She's trying to say that I think some women don't want it to be as hard at, like women shouldn't be that stressed out trying to stay at home and take care of home. But overall, going back to the video, I don't really kind of know what she meant by that, but I just kind of want to piggyback off of what Kayla was saying, because like it's whatever you and that man have an agreement on, because you got to make schedule appointments, for him, to doctor appointments. Like there's a lot to do in life. There's a lot to do when you have a family. It's just what you and that person agree on. So I believe a woman should just, oh, I'm going to be cute all day and want to be taken care of. There are some women that live like that. And some men are okay with providing that lifestyle to that woman that works for them.
Well, I'm glad you made that distinction, because that's why I said about relationship time card fraud. You're doing it from the gram, but there's a big difference between actually housewives versus house hippos. And they're far more of the latter than former.
You and your, I don't know.
I mean, it just be coming from left field. Like you never know where it's gonna go. That's the thing about rolling. Real
if
quick,
they
man,
are lost, imagine me.
Look here, man. We gonna play this clip one
Can
more
I say
time,
something about it?
real quick, and then we're gonna come right to you. But let's play it one more time just for context.
Being a housewife is not a reward. Being a woman of leisure is a reward.
But that's the same thing.
No, they're not. No, they're not. If you're a woman of leisure, if you are a woman of leisure, you don't have responsibilities. Your responsibility is being a woman of leisure. If you are a housewife, you maintain and you manage the house. That's not a fucking reward. It's a job. Whether it's only 20 hours a week, it's still a job.
If there's no
if you trying to reward me because I was there through the tough times, let me be a woman of leisure. Let me be a kept woman. That is a reward. Rewarding me with washing dishes is not a fucking reward.
Okay.
Life of leisure. Go ahead, Sayada.
I had to go and find a definition because I don't go by someone else's talking point if I don't fully understand it. So it makes sense what she's saying. If you read the definition of a lady, a woman of leisure, is someone that is unemployed, free of duty, and no responsibility. Someone that spends time in the house or whatever, just doing things for pleasure. That's a woman of leisure. That's not a housewife. It's not the same thing. So we have to know how to differentiate both. Staying home is not easy. It's a work. So I agree with B. Taylor. It requires a lot. But that doesn't mean that you don't have a reward for staying home. There's a lot of rewarding things. Like if you do it from the heart for love, for your kids, that's your reward. That's just what rewards you. It's just a self thing. Nobody has to give you a trophy or a prize or a check because that's your reward. And if you've never had kids and you have to go to work and leave them in daycare, you don't know what that means. You don't know what it means to want to stay home and take care of them and educate them and just, stay home with them all day. So I think that's a big difference, and people have to know how to differentiate that.
So just to answer that question, since I'm here on the panel, my stepmom and my dad's wife did homeschool for 16 years. My younger brother didn't go to high school until the 10th grade, and that was because they thought he needed some real world experience before he went to college. So don't act like it's that, like it doesn't happen, because my father provided that. So
Right. So I just wanted to add that point where there is a balance, if you're staying home, if you're, taking care of your kids or whatever, it requires a lot of time management for you not to feel stressed out, for you not to fall into this. You have to really find activities for your kids and enjoy those activities with your kids at the same time. And not just that, but the husband, when she says, oh, that's not a reward, sending me to wash dishes is not a reward. I agree with that. And that's why you have to get out of the house with your husband, do activities together without the kids, sending you to a spa to get a massage. That is not a reward that has to be given, but in a way, there has to be something that you reward yourself to disconnect from all of it, because it's a 24/7. I agree.
Life of leisure. Rick, what's your thoughts on the clip and what that young lady had to say about a life of leisure?
A life of leisure. So where she does nothing but be cute, basically, correct?
A beautiful bum.
Is this my take? Let me know if I'm off.
she can pursue passions that make no money. Like
Nah. So like she there because she cute, right?
I think Ciara said pleasure.
He said doing things of pleasure. If she likes
that's
to
the
paint,
definition.
Okay, so pleasure,
she likes
right?
to paint all day, and she's a horrible painter and never make money from painting, but that's all she's doing all day.
Or pleasure can be taking care of the kids.
And somebody else is cooking and cleaning. She's just painting.
But can we at that point, you know what, forget it. It ain't even that. I'm just gonna give my opinion, right? Look, you can be a woman of pleasure if you can be a woman of leisure if you can be a woman of leisure.
Did you hear what I said?
If you can do it, by all means, hey, ladies, don't ever settle. Don't ever settle. You don't have to. There's some man out there that's just waiting. He's waiting. You know what? You might meet him at the concert when you wear that real sexy dress to go see Blueface, right? You wear that real sex. He might see you in the crowd. He might. Right? Or you might run to him, you might run into him at Starbucks. Be that. Be everything you can be. Hey, if you can believe it, you can achieve it, right?
Not Starburst.
Right? But let's give you you know what I'm talking about, Vitae, stop. Right? So, right? But let's give you the real world. That man makes a certain amount of money. That man has his choice of not just you, his woman of leisure, but 35 of y'all. And you know what? You 35 on the list as far as looks and attitude.
Did you hear what I said?
So if you can do it, by all means, do it. You go, girl. Go ahead, girl. You can do it. I'm telling you, it's out there for you. They lining up outside your door to get it for you.
Sky is the limit.
Shit, so's the ground. And what y'all don't understand, that man y'all won't go have a certain set of standards. And because you a woman of leisure, you can easily be replaced.
Oh, God.
The things y'all cry about, not y'all, nobody on this panel. I'm talking in general. Right? The things, hey, he did this and she raised the kids and he went out and made babies on her. So? Right? Y'all you can't have it both ways. That's all I keep saying. You can't have it both ways. So you can either, right, rock with somebody who rock with you. Right? What's harder? You going to work? Dealing with, you don't like your coworkers. I don't like that bitch. I can't stand that bitch. Right? But if a man making a place for you at home and you got to do dishes, you got to work hard. And I'm not saying it's hard. It's not hard work. But what man in here don't do the dishes sometimes? What man in the world don't take out the trash, don't vacuum, don't shovel the snow, don't push a car? You know what I'm saying? Right, yeah. Being a mother is a 24/7 job. So, but also being your husband. The time you get to sleep is the time if somebody come kick through that door or something happen, I got to go downstairs and pull a pole out. But hey, he out there for you, ladies. Don't settle. Don't you dare settle, ladies. 2023 ladies, no settling.
Who gonna go see Blueface? Who goes to see Blue? That's the one I'm caught up on. Who's going to go see Blueface at a concert?
Krishan.
That's wild that he said Blueface. What?
I was like, Blueface?
She gonna be in that motherfucker by herself. Queen. Life of leisure. What's your thoughts on what the young lady had to
Y'all are
express on
wild.
that?
I'm glad you played it a second time because I missed something. And then when I listened to, because at first when you played it, I was like, okay. But then when you played it the second time, I was like, oh shit. What they were debating on, what it sounded like they were debating is if a man allows a woman to stay home and become a housewife, that's a reward. And she had a rebuttal. Her rebuttal was, no, that is not a reward. If you want to reward me, then let me become a lady of leisure. I think that's what she was trying to say, a lady of leisure, which means that I have no responsibilities whatsoever, only you. So when I thought of lady of leisure, I thought about Pretty Woman. You know, the movie Pretty Woman. I don't know, like with Richard Gere and Julia Robinson. Her job was to please him. She didn't fit the part, but he made sure she fit the part. He sent her on a shopping spree. You remember they turned her away because she was a prostitute. She wasn't dressed right. They kicked her out the store. He said, who kicked you out the store? Took her back, bought her everything she wanted. But if we move to modern day women of leisure, we're talking about, well, let me build up. Okay, if we go back in the past, Marilyn Monroe, Anna Nicole Smith, Lisa Ray. She's retired. Lisa Ray was actually a lady of leisure, right? Didn't make it through the marriage. She tried, but he got rid of her. She married the VP or the president of Turks and Caicos. Young Miami is a lady of leisure. Joey Chavis is a lady of leisure. Drea is a lady of leisure who really wants to be a wife, right? So when you think about women of leisure, their job is to please the man, you know, but they also get traded in, you know, and I think Miami learned that a hard way a couple of weeks ago when she couldn't reach Diddy and he was frolicking with other women of leisure, right? And it pissed her off and she took it to social media. I was your ride and die. No, that's not your job as a lady of leisure. That's my wife's job to be my ride or die. And I think what's happening is women, they mix the recipes, right? You can't be a lady of leisure and be a wife. You know, it's almost like a modern day escort. I mean, if we're gonna keep it 100, it's almost, but at the same time, you can get traded in at any time without notice. And a lot of them confuse that with being the one. And you're not the one. You are entertainment. It's like back in the days when the kings, that's why people say, don't call for me unless I send for you. Do you know what that means? Or off with your head. When he would summon the queen to please him, to have dinner with him, to, you know, do her duty as a woman, you know, if you really understand that. So then when I think about that, that's what she was talking about. If you really want to reward me, then shit, make me a lady of leisure. But also she really don't know what that means because she seems to be healthy. You have to look the part. You have to qualify for that role, right? More so than a wife. If you want to become a lady of leisure, you have to look a certain way. You can't be above a certain weight. You know, everything has to be perfect. And I think Kayla covered that. So that's my 2 cents on it.
I would agree. I mean, I think you laid that out very, very, very eloquently. You know, I think also just to take it a bit further, I think that's the issue. I think a few people on this panel has admitted to the fact that that's most women's aspiration, to be a lady of leisure. Like, I mean, we see it. So, like every time young Miami tweet on Twitter, yes, sis, don't worry about them other girls. It don't matter that he had a baby on that. Ain't got nothing to do with you, girls. Hold on to your man. Hold on to your. That's the goals. Like it's just like she ain't getting nothing but encouragement. I ain't seen one woman say a bad word about her yet until Queen Sheba tonight. So I think
said something.
okay.
No, I
Well,
did
then
a whole
Gotta go
review.
check it
I
out
did a whole
on my
review
channel.
trail.
I do though, Queen Sheba, think that you can be a lady of leisure as a wife, but I think most women don't want to invest in the housewife years in order to get to the lady of leisure, because usually going to get that once he gets the money, then he's able to like make you a lady of leisure, right? Because
There's
you've
only
been his
one way to
ride or
do that
die.
as a
You've
wife.
been a housewife for 15 years. You've been holding down the house, holding down the kids. You've been doing all the jobs he needs you to do and more. And so then he will reward you with making you a lady of leisure, hire people to do all these things because you've been there for him. So I do think that you can be there. I don't think you have to only be an escort, whatever. But if you expect to walk into a situation and be a lady of leisure, then I agree. But I do think that men can make their wives from housewife to lady of leisure as they grow more assets, and you know that she shows her support in the marriage.
No, I think if you're a wife, you're a wife. I think if you're a lady of leisure, you're a lady of leisure. Now, as a wife, you do extraordinary things with your husband and travel the world. Now, if you want to, I get what you're saying. The thought of it all under the umbrella of being a lady of leisure, right? As a wife, those privileges, don't have children.
Right.
Keep your body up.
Yeah.
That's how
I
you
see
do
that.
that as a married woman.
Yes.
And see that right there was my thought process, because as a wife, there's never a point in a marriage in which you have no obligations.
Right.
Never. Even I could become a billionaire tomorrow. You still have obligations in terms of what it is, what they may be is going to vary from relationship to relationship. But it's never going to be a sense to where you can just close your eyes, close your ears, and I just do what I want to do. No. You are my woman. You my wife. You my other half. You watch my six.
Right.
If something happened to me, you need to be able to jump in and grab that steering wheel and make sure this car don't drive off the road. There's never a place in which you don't have no obligations. I think kids don't have obligations, right? They can, my 3-year-old daughter runs around my house like she paid for it. You understand me? But at the end of the day, she don't have obligations. She ain't got to worry about nothing when that mortgage comes. She ain't got to worry about this construction work that I'm getting done in the living room. She ain't got to worry about that. She get to just block all that out. Daddy, I just want to do what I want to do. Like, not having obligations for children. But if you are a woman to a man and you have no obligations to that man, it's a strictly sex situation. That's honest.
I didn't mean obligations to him. I meant obligations outside of him. So obligations outside of him, not for him.
I see, but
because if you have other
difference.
responsibilities, then you don't actually have the time to be there for him. If you have to run errands, you have to do all of these things, that's actually time that you're actually not with him. So I'm saying your only obligation being him versus your other obligations that would come with adulthood or running a household and being a wife, even with no kids, that you have somebody else that does that because your only focus is him. And I'm just saying, because I've seen this in a family member who lives on Martha's Vineyard, who worked for years, and now she doesn't do anything but like spend time with her man. Their kids are in college, or one of them's getting married. She doesn't do anything but take care of herself. She teaches underprivileged kids Spanish sometimes because she's passionate about that, but she doesn't do anything but like be with her husband and like be with him and like look nice and like make sure everything's nice for him. And that's all she does. Like, I think that's a life of leisure. That sounds good to me, tending to my man all day and making sure I look good for him and making sure everything looks good for him. I think that's a life of leisure. Like, instead of like worrying about, did someone pick up the dry cleaning? Did they fax that over? These other things, that's a part of like being a wife, like being like, I don't know, maybe I'm not explaining it right, but whatever.
Nah, but I mean, even in a situation like that, right? She may have the option to do those things, but she's still, I'm sure, and again, I don't know these people from a can of paint, but I'm sure that she's privy to what's going on in terms of business decisions. Where's the portfolio? Where's this? Where's that? So again, she has obligation, and it may not be, I mean, of course she has obligations to him directly, but her obligation is more so to making sure that this family it is in the right path. Now, once we are on the right path, Sure, she can lay in that passenger seat, lay the seat back, and go to sleep. Sure, but she still has a obligation. She can't just walk around by the seat of her pants with like as 4 or 5 year old children do. That's all I'm saying. You understand me? But yeah, I mean, she is, because she is my co-partner. She is the other head to what it is that we building in this situation. Sure, I'm out there working and I'm the one bringing the income in, but she is my consigliere. And when you are my consigliere, that means you have to be privy to everything that's going on, because when you give me your counsel, it has to be relevant. But if you're not paying attention to shit, then your counsel is not going to be relative. And that's now you serve it as a detriment.
Who said you're not paying attention to shit? I just said my only focus is you. So I'm paying attention to everything that you're doing.
No.
I'm with you all the time because I don't need to be anywhere else but with you.
No. But what I'm saying
whenever
is
the capacity that I can, if you have to go to work or things or whatever.
Yeah, no, but all I'm saying is your only focus is not me. Your other focus is making sure that this union is going where it's supposed to go in terms of our family, in terms of our legacy. Like that's your responsibility too. That ain't just on me. If we are married. Now again, your I guess the weight of that role is of course going to be differently. Like the man's going to take on more weight in terms of going where this shit goes. But you as a wife, yeah, your obligation not just to me, it's to this family, it's to our name, it's to what it is that we build in here. So you got to be in the utmost know. And I feel like if that's the case, then that disqualifies you from being a woman of leisure, because you have obligations. Those women don't. They can come through here, bend over, do what I need her to do, and get the hell out. She don't know nothing about this portfolio. She don't know nothing about this investment that I'm thinking about. Man, she don't know nothing about nothing aside from leisure in terms of in the way in which I see fit. But my wife, you got way more to worry about than just me. That's just my take on it.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, and the term
disqualify it. I don't know.
Yeah, and again to clarify, the term woman of leisure does mean that she doesn't work, but also within the definition, it means she does nothing. She does nothing. No thing. Right? So again, that will make a woman useless to you except for one purpose and one purpose only. If we're gonna be honest about it. So that's all I got to say on it.
Can I ask a question? What makes the difference if like a man makes all the money and pay the bills and the woman's always gone working? Because it sounds like a lot of men just want her doing something. But if she's out the house and working, then she's not tending to the house, which means y'all both got to tend to the house.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But that's even worse than a woman of leisure who's at the house doing absolutely nothing.
Okay. I guess I get what y'all are saying. If you're saying absolutely nothing, like, okay.
Yeah, because that's the definition. The definition says like no responsibilities, free of duty, nothing.
I mean, she does nothing. She has to do absolutely nothing.
I think young women want a life of leisure while they're, so a lot of young women like Miami and the 23-year-olds and stuff like that, they want to do it while they can, while they're still youthful and young. Because a lot of women are not going to be able to experience that. You got to be you got to look a certain type of way, and you got to be a certain type of woman to meet a certain type of man that will provide that for you.
Yeah. And to me, if I'm talking in personally, my opinion, I think that's a recipe for disaster on both sides of the coin. Yeah. Right? Because in most cases, when a woman's 100% focused on her man, what usually happens when that happens, ladies? How many horror stories have we had? Well, I was all about him. This is what happened. Blah, blah, blah. You ain't had nothing else to do. What happened, Trill?
No, you just lose yourself.
Right?
I mean, you got to find other pleasure. They said pleasure.
But hold on. I appreciate you, Kayla.
Did you hear what I said?
Right? You got to find other pleasure while you at work. What you going to do?
Right. If we going to be honest, y'all don't like sitting still doing nothing anyway. Y'all hate boredom.
Nobody does. It's just unproductive. It's inhumans. We want to do something.
No, I'm not gonna take this. I'm gonna push back on you, Sarah, because most men are okay with a quiet day.
Yes,
chilling.
That's because they don't get
saying. Like we all men and women as humans.
Kayla, the question was that it's okay to sit still sometime, but my opinion, I might be wrong. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong.
During
in
the
my
pandemic, people
opinion,
were tired of sitting still. People can only sit still for so long.
exactly. So a woman of leisure would go crazy mostly after she look. It's only so much you can buy, Kayla. It's only so many places you can go to Bora Bora and St. Thomas so many times. Facts.
And Marilyn
Right.
Monroe
Switch it
killed
up.
herself.
Shit.
Right. After a while, that Dom style tasting the same. Correct.
Yeah, I mean, how many times are you gonna go to the same place?
Exactly. So what happens when that happens, ladies? When you bored,
Chaos
You start
ensues.
doing stuff you shouldn't be supposed to do. It's
She's
just the same
gonna
reason why
start
they say
connect-
keep kids in
she's gonna
activities
start-
because
she's
when
gonna
they get
start
bored.
connecting with other people and eventually cheat or leave or do something like that. Is that what you're looking for?
I don't know nothing. Though I'm just talking. Carry on.
All right, man. Real quick, man. We gonna go ahead, Ron, and then we gonna get to
You got to.
I spoke second. Remember, I went after. I think.
No, what I was saying, like, when it comes to this, we do everybody a disservice when we sit there and relay everything to celebrities. We don't live their life. They're really shitty examples. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
We're talking about everyday people dealing with everyday issues. So we're talking about this woman of leisure goofiness. I get the whole thing about the prostitution thing. We get it. That's what you see in the military. But again, she is free of responsibilities. Just a stone, just a rock, just sitting there taking up space. And as Trill and the brothers mentioned, she's got to be doing something. Not this selective femininity stuff. She has to be productive. She has to be those eyes and ears to see the things that I don't see, the things I don't hear. That way we protect the house as a collective. She has to be that Secretary of Interior. Meanwhile, I got to run around here, make sure that the house is safe, make sure she's emotionally secure, and do what I'm supposed to do as a man and take no breaks. She shouldn't either unless I afford her the space to do so. Because, again, it's us taking care of each other. Not worry about what the fuck young Miami, who's going to make a great side wife, and then the rest of them are doing. We take care of what we got going on. This is our house. This is our situation. That's where confidentiality matters. We take care of the business here and we lead by example. So we teach the children and our peers who see by example. Not worry about what social media and these celebrities are doing.
I'll tell you what else, man. Just even thinking about the most successful men in history. A lot of times they wives were more hands-on than they were after a certain point. And we gonna keep it real here in terms of knowing where the bones are buried, knowing where this is at, knowing how to operate this. Knowing Jeff Bezos' wife, perfect example. Melinda Gates, perfect example. Rockefeller wife, perfect example. Like they were hands-on, and they had more of an option than anybody that we've ever heard of to just not do nothing. John Rockefeller wife. I mean, come on, like it's literally the richest man ever to exist. Well, aside from Musa, but one of the richest people to ever exist, and she still was active in making sure, like I said, watching them books, making sure that this is right, this paperwork is right, making sure that this is on time. Hey, baby, I'm gonna keep your schedule for you. No, you can't do that. We got an interview at 6:00. You got to get to like that type of thing. Like again, that obligation is important. So for all those women out there, man, that's looking for that, man. Like if you run into a man who allows you to do that more times than not, he's not gonna respect you. That's just honest, because I can speak from just myself. Like that would burn me alive if I wake up every day and I'm bending over backwards to provide an extraordinary life for you, and I look at you and I don't feel like you providing a damn thing like that. Like, yeah, that's over with. So nah, ladies, find a way to be useful to in that man's life, and that shit is gonna make him hold on to you forever. Like that's gonna like really cement your status in his mind as, hey, this is my wife, this is my partner. She's, you know what I'm saying? She's watching my six, because like I say all the time, women pay more attention to detail than men do. That's just a fact. So if your woman is not providing that critical piece of, you know what I'm saying, worth to you, that shit.
Hey, Trill, to your point, it's like, and I tell people from personal experience, it wasn't about the whole weight gain, all that stuff. It's the fact that I transferred myself from LA to a different state. I had to literally start over and start fresh. And we talked about the things we're going to do and build as a couple. And then the fact that I'm moving as I'm supposed to do and you fall asleep on your post. Every morning I look at you, I have a level of disdain at you. Like, what is the problem here? We talked about the game plan, and here you are sitting on the bench bitching about minutes, and you're not doing anything. That's the whole thing what a man's going to go through. Same thing with a woman. She's like, she's going to work, she comes back, and this old crunchy foot bastard sitting on the couch asking, can I borrow your car? It's things like that. Like, why am I wasting time, opportunities, when there's someone that said you need to stop bullshitting, and I'm here fucking with you? That's what you start asking yourself. Like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I mean,
You know what? It's just not smart for a woman to not know the operations of her home and what her husband is doing. It's just not a smart thing to do at all in any way.
Yeah, I mean,
Not at all.
it's just like in the corporate world, like what we say all the time, man. It's, job security. Like we throw that joke around a lot, but it's real. Boss walk up, you might not be doing shit, but boss walk by, you gonna make sure I'm taking notes over nothing, but it's just making yourself useful.
Right.
Like, you want to always be deemed as, hey man, every time I see him, man, he owned it, or I see her, she owned it. Like, providing use, man, is gonna keep you around. But if they look at you and feel like you just sitting on my clock, taking all my money every other Friday, they gonna get rid of your ass. And men are the same way. That's why you see these women, just like they said earlier, they get replaced so easily. It's because you ain't providing me shit. Like, you ain't making yourself useful here. So that means that you are easy to replace. I think Lil Duval said something one time, and we laughed at it, but it was some of the realest shit in the world. He say it's a brand new group of bad bitches that graduate every year from college. He talking about. And that's real. So it's like, if you ain't making yourself useful, if you ain't cemented yourself in that man's life as irreplaceable, more times than not, you will be replaced. That's just honest. Eventually, may not be early, but eventually you will be replaced. That's just the reality of this shit. Go ahead, Rick.
I got a question to the panel and the chat. So a woman of leisure is being taken care of 100%, correct? Would that be the case? A woman of leisure?
I don't think she's being taken care of 100%. I think
I'm talking financially.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think she gets nice, lavish gifts, and she has the perception that it feels like she's being taken care of. You see what Floyd Mayweather did to, what's that girl's name? He was gonna, what's
Miss
her
Jackson.
name?
Miss Jackson. You talking about Miss Jackson?
Everything.
Yeah, he Floyd made people sign contracts when he get married, when he in a relationship with them.
But that's still a life of leisure, right? If we want to give the best example.
Right. I'm talking about.
That was a temporary life of leisure.
Right. I'm talking about for the best example.
So it feels like it to them, and I think they actually trick themselves into believing I'm being taken care of until that clock strikes midnight.
Right. Facts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so my question is this: if she provides nothing financially, she's a woman of leisure. She does absolutely nothing. If they were married, does she deserve half?
Fuck no.
She doesn't, but the kids do.
When did she come along? That would be my question.
Yeah, there's so many variables with that.
Okay, well, let's provide some context. Let's say she came along year 5 of the business. And if y'all business owners, y'all know how this shit go. First couple years, you're going to lose some money. You know what I'm saying? Because we make all these investments, all of that. But around year 5, 6, that's when it turned around and it started getting into the green and it started getting good. Let's say she came around right then at that point. And then they was together. She was a woman of leisure for 10 years after that. Or 15 years after that. Do she deserve half?
Do they have kids?
Yeah, was she taking care of kids and doing the house? Then she wasn't a woman of leisure.
Well, I ain't gonna add the variable that she taking care of kids. I'll add the variable that she had kids. They
the
had
nanny's
kids.
taking care of the kids, remember?
A woman of leisure don't take care of kids.
But the nanny's not going to take care of them no more if they're not together.
He can take
No,
us.
but up until then.
Maybe
You're
she
gonna have to
don't.
take care of him.
Maybe she don't even need to do all that, because a man like that probably is gonna still take care of her after. There are some men who still take care of their ex-wives and
Okay.
kids.
I'll give you an example that seems really harsh. Ludacris had a lady of leisure. Do y'all remember? And took the kid. And now his wife is taking care of the kid.
Absolutely.
Wait, who? You talking about
Ludacris.
Kai? Okay. I mean,
D-Wade too. But
He's still-
go
Yeah,
ahead, Kevin.
Wade.
but Kai still spends significant time with her mom. Like if you look in the picture, she wasn't in none of the holiday pictures because she was with her mom. So he didn't
But
like.
he's the
take her
primary
kid.
parent, the
He
custodial
is. He's
parent.
the
Yeah,
primary.
I mean, I think
He's
the men
primary,
should take
financially.
custody. The men should take custody of the kid.
When you have whoever has more money is going to get the custody because they're able to
Yeah.
provide a certain life for the child. So that's
course.
kind of how that works. But
So to answer your question, should the woman take half or does she deserve half?
No.
I say once you make once you make her your wife, that's the risk you take.
yep.
No, if she came in 5 years in, she doesn't get half. But if they do have children, then either he should gain custody or he should definitely have to take care of the children. Not half, but I think for a time he should take care of her till she gets on her feet or what have you, because he has been doing that for the 10 years you spoke about, but not half.
But there are some men who will take care of the mother of their children. And it just depends on the type of man you marry and have kids with. Because there are men who will take care of the mother of their child.
I think it depends on who effed up at the end of the marriage, because sometimes men will take care of women just because they feel guilty, but that's not all the cases though. They don't want to do it. If you're not with that woman, why would you want to take care of her?
If they have money to do it, some men are okay with doing that because there's still love there. Yeah, obviously it depends on how it ended. Like the woman cheated or something like that, I doubt he would feel that type of like compassion to do that. But if he knows he had her out of work for years, over a decade, and she was taking care of the children, it's not going to be easy getting back into the work field and making the amount of money to provide. And he's too busy to take care of the kids. Let's be honest. A lot of men don't got time to be taking care of kids. They don't. If you're a working, hardworking man, traveling, doing type of work, you're not trying to take care of the kids all day. You still want things to go as they are. And that's why some men just like have it in order that way if they got it like that.
So should she still be able to be a woman of leisure, or should she now?
I didn't say a woman of leisure. I'm saying
No,
I don't think
I'm
she should
asking a
take
general
half.
question.
No, we're going off of the half subject. I don't think she should take half, but I think that there are some men, if they know that this woman has been out of work for over a decade and they have kids together, then he may still continue providing that lifestyle. It just depends on the man.
Well, that's what I'm asking about.
Are
The
we gonna
lifestyle.
are we
Should it
gonna
be-
keep moving the goalpost, or can we get a straight answer?
Why is it a
I gave
goalpost?
an
It may
answer.
be a goalpost for
Because
you, but this is
because it
also a
is. It's a
reality
goal.
for a lot of other people and other men.
It's a goalpost for everybody.
No,
It
it's
was
a
a simple
goalpost for
question.
you because you don't know what I see in my real life. And there are men who take care of their ex-wives if they have children involved and they got money. So maybe
But
that's
let's be realistic. Not a lot of people have money. Like
Well, I'm
they
saying
don't
in
have.
my
They don't. They cannot even
my
provide a leisure lifestyle for women. So
in my
that
community,
already is
maybe
out of
it's
the.
different. I don't know. In my community,
I mean, if he was able to afford her a life of leisure, then he's the type that
Right.
got the bag that
Right.
she's gonna
I
be
didn't
fine.
and that's
disagree
what we
with
were
that.
going
That's
off of. Now we're
expensive.
talking
Like,
I
about
didn't
average Joe
disagree with
Schmo, and
that.
that's
My
different.
question was, sis, does she deserve it?
No, I said no.
I think I answered. I said once you make her your wife, that changes everything.
And I think I
Right.
answered it too.
I don't think
Nah,
you
Queen, that's not
unless you have
answering
a
it, Queen.
prenup.
Hold
That's
on.
not answering it.
Not answering
The
it.
That's not
question
it. You
is,
going by a
does she
rubric.
deserve
That's
it?
not answering it. Going by a
Unless you
rubric
have
is
a
not answering it.
prenup.
Your
I'm gonna be
personal feelings.
honest.
Do you feel like she deserves it? Do you feel?
And then,
No.
Don't talk to me about the
Queenie,
rubric.
what
How do you
Queenie's saying
feel?
that she's gonna get it regardless, regardless if she deserves it or not. She's gonna get it because it's in the
We not-
contract.
That's why
That's
it's
Yeah.
not correct. That's not
her.
correct.
Question-
Again, y'all adding on. Do you think she deserved it? If she was a woman
No.
that she had kids, then we'll give you. She had kids. but she paid or did absolutely nothing. She didn't rear the kids. She didn't raise the kids. She was leisure. In the definition I read earlier, the part that nobody want to say, that a woman of leisure does absolutely nothing. She is responsible for nothing. So that means that man was putting everything in place, paying for everything, making sure everything was going the way it's supposed to go.
No.
If it was a divorce in this situation where as a woman you had to do absolutely nothing,
Oh my
do
God,
you
answer.
think you deserve 50%?
Give me half.
No,
I
and
want
she, you know,
half.
you know what? And she could really just disappear because she added no value to their life because someone else was taking care of the kids. So she could really just so no, Ricky,
Give me
she didn't
half.
deserve half or much of
Yeah.
anything. Maybe
Give me
90
half.
days, get on your feet, you know.
In life, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. So remember that.
I ain't never seen people so masterful at ducking.
Oh,
But we're
man,
gonna
bro.
keep it going.
Terrence
No, she
Crawford.
deserves nothing.
I ain't never seen people so masterful. Mike Dub in the building with the 50 ball. I appreciate it, bro.
Deserves no.
Boy, say he been grinding, man. Working toward a promotion and re-enlistment. We got another baby on the
Hey,
way.
Mike,
Yeah, congratulations.
another baby on the way.
Congratulations, man. Send out love to the old lady, man. Damn, boy, y'all out here making real life decisions and moves out here, man. I like to see it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Appreciate you, bro. Still low key with the 10 ball. In the hot girl era, it is completely disingenuous for women to act like young women are victims when dealing with older men. They're still making a decision. There's no accountability.
I don't care. Your old ass know enough. Period.
Kenny T says women are delusional. He didn't even add the context. He just left it right there. Salute to bro. John the Baptist with the 20 ball, man. We appreciate it. The boy say, never give a woman a life of leisure. I have a job. She has a job. My job is outside the home and her job is in the home. Clean house, cook meals, wash clothes, make my schedule easy. If I work 90 hours a week, she will as well.
Sound like a life to suffer.
Foot down, John. Put it down. Put your foot down, John.
That man say he been married 26 years, man. Y'all you understand how you running his situation, how you running his situation. I'm not gonna let y'all speak on. So salute to John. Shelton with the fireball. So pretty much they want to be funded as an in-house coochie because obviously you're being kept from being in the streets if you're not bringing value. And what it sound like to me, man, but maybe my assessment off. Marcus with the fireball. Ronan needs to write his own book, bro.
Yeah.
I agree. Man.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Ronan is insane. John with the fireball. B. Taylor, you speak on subjects, and I just shake my head. Housewives do not work 24/7. They, however, do work long hours, just like the working husband. All right, V with the 10 ball. Housewives live a life of servitude. So I don't know if a life of leisure and staying at home, actually upkeeping a home, can both be existent in the same sentence. The reward is in serving those who you love. I agree with that 100%. And that's what was so head scratching to me when she said, what is my reward for holding you down? Well, shit, what's my reward for building this shit? You understand? But that's another conversation for another day. Matthew, 10 ball. So women say guys don't make enough for them to stay home. Now, even if he do, them staying home is the hardest job in the world. Shaking my head. These new women are hot garbage. Jesus Christ. I said hot garbage. Congo English, 10 ball. Salute the bro. Trill, great show. Broken women are stronger than they ever been. I got first class seats. Salute to Congo, man. That's my dog, man. Shout out to bro. John with the fireball. Modern day view of marriage lacks understanding and commitment. I'm going to snap my Thanos fingers and fix the untrained modern day mindset. Good luck, John, man. It's rough out here, man. I ain't going to lie to you. These women's here. John McCullough with the 10 ball. Yet another amazing conversation. We got to protect Ricky at all costs. Salute to John, man. Appreciate you, bro. Queen Sheba, LOL. Y'all know. These boys be on Queen, man. I don't know what Queen did to him. 50 ball ass. We appreciate you, big dog. Boy, say B. Taylor described the undisciplined, unorganized, selfish woman. Motherhood is a blessing and natural duty. Similar to manhood is to provide and protect his family. Queen Sheba said it best. Do you want to be a wife or a lady of leisure?
If he's not a
Please guide me.
woman or a mother, he can't say what motherhood is. Period. He can't describe what motherhood is to a lot of women who suffer from mental health and postpartum depression. So he can't say what motherhood is.
Hope Ash, you heard that. But we appreciate you, big dog, for the 50 ball, man. That's love, big dog. I appreciate it. Sheldon with the 5-piece. You become a lady of leisure as a reward for raising all of our babies. And they out of the house. Being a great wife will make you a lady of leisure. All right,
That's
John
what I
back
said.
again. John back again says, no, Kayla, a wife would never be a woman of leisure. A wife would always serve her husband and his interests.
That's leisure to me. All I gotta do is worry about my man. I'm
I think
good.
Kayla agrees with that. I think Kayla
Yeah.
agrees with that. I don't think that's an argument.
Yeah. Kayla definitely says she willing to serve her man. The king that he is. John, with the 5 ball. When my kids are grown, she is grooming my grandkids.
What?
Take care of our aging parents. Leisure does not work in marriage. Hold on, fam. You done went too far now.
Yeah, you went way too far.
I'll ride with you, baby. But it's
John,
our
you done
parents
got
not our
grandkids.
responsibility. Come on, fam.
John and drunk that holy water.
John done went on to the grandkids. Oh, oof.
Come on now, man. That's with the 5-piece. Support for SB. She tries to make a point.
Thank you.
It's all the pushback. Then someone else turns around and makes the same point, and that's no issue. Salute to Jazzy, man. We appreciate you.
Hey, chill out.
Web Slinger with the 5 ball. What's y'all thoughts on Gabrielle Union saying she was uncomfortable cheating? Well, it's funny you asked. That was the next subject, man. Look at the transition that the Lord puts into
the Lord.
You understand me? Salute to Web Slinger, man. I appreciate it. We're about to get into that in just a second. Anime with the 2 ball. Paying my taxes for a link to join the live. Oh damn, my bad, big dog. I ain't even see this. Look here, man. Check your gram, man. I'm gonna send it through there, man. Because if I put it in the chat, all of the wolves is gonna jump on and try to take your spot, man. But I think that's all, man. So we're gonna go ahead and get into. Oh wait, hold on. Marcus Evans 5 ball. Too much dodging on this question. Wow.
Better than the Matrix.
Okay, man. Marcus say y'all dodging, man. Oh wait, I'm missing a lot. John back again on y'all with the 10 ball. I don't understand modern women. In one segment, all men are bad. This segment, they're a good man willing to take care of women. Pick one. All men are bad or all men are good. All right. Okay, bet. That's all of them. Appreciate you, John. All right, man. We're gonna go ahead and get to the last topic of the night. The thumbnail, man. Miss Gabrielle Union has some colorful things to say. Let me see if I can find. Hold on, let me see if this overlay work. Okay, there it is. Miss Gabrielle Union says she felt comfortable cheating in her first marriage because she paid all of the bills. Also, she went on to say that is too small, so I'm gonna read it from my phone. During an interview on the Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard's podcast, she admitted to cheating during her marriage to ex-NFL player Chris Howard in the 2000s. In our first marriage, neither one of us felt like the marriage should get in the way of our dating, Union says. I was paying all the bills. I was working my ass off, and I felt like that's what comes, the spoils of riches, she said. Like my dad before me, whoever has the most gets to do whatever the hell they want, is what I thought. It was just dysfunction from day one. As for whether she feels guilty about it, Gabby says she wishes she felt more guilt about it because at the time, she doesn't. Currently to this day, she does not feel guilty about cheating on her man because she was paying all of the bills in the house. And just like we always say, man, that is the reason why we lay foundation. We got to, get everybody's thoughts on 50-50 relationships, life of leisure, the common man, making average money, things of that nature, all to set up this question here. She felt as though because she was paying all of the bills and obviously making more money than her man, that she was obligated to cheat. What's your thoughts on that, man? We're gonna come right to O first.
Oh,
Oh shit. No, I think a lot of women who make money, significant amount of money, kind of think that way because they feel that's how men move. So if I'm making all the money, if I'm paying all the bills, if I'm taking care of everything, you can't really tell me what to do. There's not much you can tell me. And I'm gonna move around how I want, go where I want to go, and all those things. So I don't know, man. It's just one of those things where you can kind of tell too. I mean, I'm not trying to judge her too much, but I mean, just based on what we've seen, what's been presented, I mean, you can kind of expect that from her. That's all I got.
Do you want to unpack a little more as to what you say we can expect that from her? Do you want to give a little context as to why you feel that way?
Basically, he's saying you ain't earning your keep. What's going on?
Hey, if you
talk to us, OT.
I think a lot of her roles that she plays in movies are her. It's a good bit of that is her. And so moving like that, you would expect her to cheat. You would expect that. And at the same time, I don't blame her. Because a lot of women gonna think like you, in a sense, to gain your woman respect, to earn your woman respect, you have to have authority over her some type of way. She got to respect you. You got to have a little more money, something like that. But even if you have money, she could take advantage of you. But what I'm saying is, like most cases, if you have a little money, you're gonna get some type of respect. But the crazy thing is, he's a former ex-athlete too, so that was kind of confusing to me. Because I'm like, if he played football, you would think he had some type of money, unless he just mismanaged his money like that. But she also said they was both wilding. So I don't know, man. These celebrities, a lot of them be swingers anyway. They be passing on they women and stuff like that. So was it really cheating when they was both accepting it and doing it over and over and over again? So
to me, she just sounded like a single woman that decided to get married because I don't think his salary was a surprise to her. It probably was public knowledge how much money he made, and she probably knew going in that she made more money and was going to be taking care of the bulk of the bills, or maybe somewhere in there he flipped on. I don't really know that, but she just seems like a single-minded woman that decided to get married for whatever reason, and she was really not into the marriage at all. Didn't really care for the marriage. She just wanted to do what she wanted to do, and I don't know if the money would have made a difference, or even if he would have been paying the bills. I don't know, if that would have made a difference. She just seemed like a single-minded person, all about herself and control.
Just real quick, SB. I heard you say she seemed like one. Do you feel like she the same today, even in the current marriage she in?
Today in the current marriage, I think she's controlling. So that part I do think she brought in. As far as the money part goes, I don't really know. I just think sometimes the husband is doing some things that he probably wouldn't do without her influence. And she's an older woman. So
right. I don't know what to think about this post no more. At first I thought it was said that she did it because he was cheating on her, and now today I hear that it's because he wasn't making enough money or whatever. Which one is it? Right?
I think it's both, but I don't know if he cheated first or what. But
yeah,
I don't like.
I wouldn't even assume that, because what she said is that both of them felt that their marriage shouldn't interfere with their dating life.
They both. Can I just? I want to give my commentary, and then I'm gonna log off. So they both agreed that they didn't want their marriage to get in the way of dating. She also said that, okay, she saw her dad. She learned this dysfunctional thinking from her father, because she also said, like my dad before me, whoever has the most gets to do whatever the hell they want, is what I thought. It was just dysfunctional from day one. So I think as a woman, she's now admitting this as her fault through her second marriage. Like, this wasn't the right way of thinking. although I did it, she said, I wish I had more regret. But at the same time, they were both stepping out the marriage. She's just admitting her part and the part that she played in cheating because she was paying all the bills. And she's like, well, shit, this is what my dad did. He paid all the bills and he was cheating on my mom. So I thought this is just how it goes. Whoever has the upper hand is the person that gets to step out and do whatever they want. Because who are you to tell me what to do? I don't agree with it when I first saw it, because I'm like, women wouldn't want that done to them. Just because a man is paying all the bills and providing and stuff still doesn't mean that it's okay for you to step out and cheat on us and be disloyal and break our oath under God and go step out and be with another woman. You're bringing that Jezebel spirit under this marriage, and it's no longer covered by God. So no, I don't believe in it in both ways. And I think she's saying it she's learned from it and she know that it was dysfunctional. So for anybody that's going to sit here and say 50-50, oh, this because it's no, cheating is not okay in general. I don't care who's going 50-50. I don't care who paying the bills. If you're going to cheat, leave the damn relationship, period.
B. Taylor, no, wait. I just got a follow-up question for you. I'm going to ask you something similar. So again, she said these things. She speaks as if she's evolved. But, we all aware of her behavior and her personality. Do you honestly feel like she is evolved, or do you feel like she really just the same person and just saying what sounds good?
I'll just say this. I know people who've been around her. That entire family is weird. So we can't even say I knew about the whole child situation before that even came out. So that whole family, the things that go on, that whole family is weird. And it's highly weird for a reason. So we can't even compare who she is and what they do to like the average person. She grew up in Hollywood, and that's shaped her to be who she is.
Well said.
All right, guys. Thank y'all for having me.
All right. Appreciate you tapping in, man. We're going to catch you later.
Well, I'm glad Taylor said that.
Can I finish my point, though?
No, go ahead, Rick. You got it, Rick.
But we talked about this last night on King Talk. I'm going to address both sides of it. Because it sounds like, if you can't, it sounds like a lot of me either way. I don't know what happened at this point. I can't take her word for nothing, to be honest with you. But if it's because he did it, the first reason I heard yesterday was that she cheated because he wasn't paying the bills. Well, that kind of explains what we talk about all the time. Women don't want to be with no man that she making more money than you, setting yourself up for failure, gentlemen. Right? That's first and foremost. But if we're going to examine the other side, where she said she did it because he was cheating, like I said, again, you can't expect a man to have a standard for you that you don't have for yourself. Right? If he cheated on you and as a woman, you didn't step away and you didn't step away or walk away from the relationship for whatever reason, at that point, a standard has been set. And whether y'all want to admit it or not, it's really on that man coming to a place in his mind and heart of valuing you and saying, hey, I don't want to do this no more. Right? So either way, like I said, why should I think that she had any positive reinforcement in this relationship when instead of being a woman and standing on her morals that she supposedly believed at that time and being a woman of her word and leaving so she wouldn't have to go through it anymore, right? Why did she feel the urge to revenge cheat? That just means it was in her all the time.
Yep. True.
You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna say this with a disclaimer, though. These people in Hollywood, as B. Taylor said, Hollywood, they are not the examples. Please do not model y'all relationships off these people. These people do things that's unspeakable that y'all will never believe that they did just to get in and fit in with other people. So with that being said, and answer the question what Trill said about now in her relationships, no, I just think at this point she realized she's an older woman, right? The option she had isn't the option she had wasn't the option she's had when she was younger. And again, everybody talks about this certain, status of dude, those dudes are rare and far and few in between, right? So when she was in the social circuit and able to capture Dwayne Wade, she was like, hey, here we go, right? Let me grab on to him. Let me learn to compromise. Let me learn to figure this out, right? Because where else I'm going to get a dude that's worth $300 million? Right? And as we can see, she picked a man that she knew she can influence heavily. That's my take.
Just real quick. So for the record, would you say that Dwayne Wade is giving beta vibes? Essentially, what I'm hearing you say.
I don't. I don't do the alpha beta stuff. I'm just gonna say he's a weak-minded man.
All right, there we have it. Anime, man, welcome to the stage, big dog. First off, man, congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Congratulations, my boy. Crossing this threshold into the union with the Lord. Man, we got to, you know what I'm saying? Welcome to the club, man. How does it feel, real quick?
It still hasn't really set in yet. I mean, it don't really feel any different because we've been together for 2 years, going on 3. So it doesn't feel any different because we've been together for so long. Not yet, anyway. But by summertime, it'll start feeling different.
Yeah, man, you're gonna start feeling that. You know what I'm saying? You'll start feeling that pressure on your shoulders probably in about 8-month, 12-month mark. And that's when that pressure, that like added expectation kick in around there. It's just like, certain things that she used to just take pride in doing on her own, all of a sudden she ain't gonna be able to do it. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna try to get you to do certain things, you know what I'm saying? But nah, man, it is beautiful though. That's like I say, man, I know that y'all been rocking, man. You know what I'm saying? Salute to her. I know she probably watching this. She ain't watching or is gonna watch. Take care of my boy. But yeah, man, I just want to say on behalf of the game, man, congratulations, big dog.
Appreciate it.
Congrats,
yeah, I go back to school next Monday. That's when the next semester start. I'll be done in the summer, and I'm supposed to start working with one of the VA reps at my school in March to start getting a job out there in Houston so that we can get a house.
Okay.
Yeah, man, a man with a plan. Y'all see
There it is.
Hey Jay, make sure you get all your benefits and use your VA home loan when you're ready.
That's what I'm using. Yeah, I don't have to. That's why I don't work while I'm going to school. The VA pays me to go to school.
Yeah, Volk Rehab.
Yeah, man,
keep working, my boy. Keep working. That's all you got to do, man.
Let me address, because I saw some people saying this in the comments. They did not convince me to step off my square. They did not pressure me into doing nothing. Ronan, you can speak to this. When you're in a leadership position, you cannot just be rigid with your plan. You have to be flexible and adjustable. And I saw that there was more benefits to us getting married, especially because we're at that point where we're considering buying a home, getting ready to start a family of our own after we get our home. So it just make more sense to get married. And by the way, she got me this shirt the same day.
Sir.
I like it, man. It's a dope shirt, big dog. Salute to her, man. Yeah, man. I think, especially like getting into the marriage, man, it be feeling like a formality. I know I felt that way. Because me and my old lady been together forever. So marriage is just, it feels like, okay, we just signed some paperwork. It is what it is. We just going to keep rocking, continue rocking. But I think, again, man, it's like the like longer you in it, the more like that sense of responsibility kick in, that like sense of like what it is that we building. Like, damn, wait a minute. Like we actually building some shit. Nah, this is a little different. Like our name the same. Like we got, stuff that we about to, embark on. Like as a man, you walk with it, you walk with your chest out a little more, you know what I'm saying? Because you responsible. You're responsible for things, you know what I'm saying? So again, all that like sense of responsibility and all of that is gonna kick in. It may be a bit overwhelming. So what happened? Oh wait, hold on, there he is. Yeah, no, it may be a bit overwhelming sometimes, man, but it's gonna, it's gonna turn into pride more so than anything else the longer you in it. But yeah, that's gonna be
yeah, also Ricky, speaking about that P5 right there. Customize.
I hear you.
Look here, man. But real quick though, what's your thoughts on the clip though? I mean, not the clip, but the Gabrielle Union situation, man. Says she cheated on her man just because she made more money than him. You understand me? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, when I didn't really hear much about it until now, but quick thoughts. I mean, it don't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me because that's usually what happens when people, because money is power, and people who have a position of power typically are known for taking advantage of what they can take advantage of. And D Wade, I mean, he's my favorite player. He's my favorite basketball player of all time, but he got played.
Mm.
I would not want to be in his situation.
Yeah, because once that kid get tired in there, things get a bit different. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that just that easy out that you had. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. All right, everybody done answered this. Who ain't went yet?
I didn't go, and I don't think Ronan went.
Yeah, I don't think Kayla or Ronan went.
Okay,
I didn't
all right,
either.
then, well, then we're gonna go right to Kayla for her
Okay.
for expertise on this matter, man. What's
You
your
know
what's
what?
your
I think it's something wrong with Gabrielle Union, and I want to like her, and I try to like her, but it's something like really sinister. Before she even talked about this, because she got into it with they had something with Oprah a few years ago with Angela. You remember all of these phenomenal African American
Oh yeah,
women, and she got into like this huge fight with them,
on the
right?
couch, right?
On the couch. It was
Okay.
so weird. It's like, how do you go with the likes of Maya Angelou and all of those people sitting there and get in a fight with those women? All of that wisdom, right? All of that love, and you
hold
walk
on?
away.
The-
So ever since that moment, I thought it's something off with her. I don't know, like if something happened with her, even with that little girl that they got what is it called when a person carries your baby? A surrogate.
Surrogate.
I've never seen that little girl smile. Have y'all? Have y'all? Compound it with
She kind of came out with like resting bitch face. That was really interesting.
I've never seen
Like,
that baby
how
smile.
the baby has that face, but whatever.
Yes. I've never seen a baby smile. Compounded with just allowing your son to determine that he's going to be a girl under age 18, right? Without even in corporate America, like even in insurance companies, if you want to turn, they make you dress up for an entire year before
Tread
they
lightly,
put you for
Queen.
the
Tread
surgery.
lightly. Tread lightly. Nah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But they make you do that for a year so that you can take on all of that to see if this is something that you really want to do, because they realize there's some impact to the mental, and the fact that as two parents and as a stepmother, you won't even say, hold on, maybe we should revisit this when he's of age or she's of age. I'm sorry. And please forgive me if I'm using the wrong pronouns. Um, so I just think there's something off with her. And I think if she did cheat, it was to be very mean. That's the vibe I'm getting from her. It was to tear him down. So that's what I get.
I agree.
It's
Yeah.
Kayla.
Whew. I don't disagree with what you said, Queen, but in terms of like the whole situation, just to piggyback off what you said, Queen, I have had my no longer on her team since she came out with her book where she was saying like you should sleep with as many men as possible. I think that was probably like 7 or 8 years ago. That was a while ago. I stopped fucking with her then. I was like, what are you talking about? But then when she came out talking about she had like 7 miscarriages, I was like, well, I wonder, okay, anyway. But I just think that overall, I think that the main thing that I'm getting from this whole thing is the dysfunctionality that people have when it comes to money and power. Like there clearly is a dysfunctional something that started with the reason why she is what she is, but it's something in her being controlling currently. It's something with her that has to do with like how when you have money and power, like you can do whatever you want, including take Dwayne's break baby that he had on her away from her mother and have and raise as her own, along with a lot of other things that come with the privilege of having money and power, you're able to make certain things happen. And I think there's a dysfunctional relationship with that, along with growing up in Hollywood. And so that's maybe where the mindset was coming from, where she felt like, I have the money so I can cheat. Because I feel like a lot of men feel that way. A lot of men do it right now. They feel like they make all the money, they're able to do certain things for you, so it should be fine in terms of what they do. It's broadcast to us all the time via the internet. I mean, Nick Cannon just continues to have babies. Diddy, all these men continue to just have all these women, and it's now becoming like acceptable that because they're rich, they can like impregnate you and they can have all these women, and wives just have to deal with the shit or divorce. Like, it is becoming a part of the culture that if you have the money as a man anyway, that it's acceptable in some kind of way, or it's a sacrifice that you make for living this lifestyle. So I think when people turn it around on the woman, now it's a whole other thing, when it shouldn't be, because that's really about the dynamics of power and people thinking that because they have power, they don't have to respect their partner. Because they have power, they don't have to honor, they don't have to be loyal, they don't have to do any of these things anymore because they have the power. And so that's the bigger issue here. And I think that's the issue across our entire society, as we've seen the people that have the power in this country do whatever the fuck they want. They do whatever they want. The people with the money and the power, they make shit go away. They make people go away. So I really think that that is the real thing here. And that's very dysfunctional, because it's like pushing us farther and farther away from people being in touch with their humanity. And that's becoming a real problem when it comes to just like people's mental health. Things are going awry. They really are if you're looking at the shit. So, yeah, that's what I really think the underlying issue is to all of this. I don't think cheating is okay for anybody. I don't care whether you're making the money or not making the money. If you are disloyal, distrustful, money does not make you a better man or a better woman. You're still a piece of shit, okay, that can be trusted, right? Because I feel like if you would cheat on me and lie on me, you might set me up. I feel like you might go long game, set me up. I don't know if you are a liar and deceiver. I don't know what you would do. So for me, none of that works. I don't care how much money and power you have. And so I think you should go where you're respected and be in that space. And if he makes a little bit less money, you be okay. But at least you know that you're safe, you're respected, and the person is loyal to you. And that's what I think is important.
Okay, and I just want to say real quick, I think you have a lot of people in the red pill community very, very angry with the fact that
what
with the fact that you said that, you know, men that have money and power feel like they should be able to cheat, and I just want to correct you there. According to their words, not mine. A man who has that type of money and power is not cheating.
Exercising options.
He's exercising his options. Just want to lay that out there for y'all, man. And again, those are my words. I just want to say, it sounds, you might be angering.
Oh my
gosh. I just want to
that is not a thing. If you are married, you committed, I'm not exploring options at the altar when you said till death do us part. You being rich does not change the vows that you made to this woman. And God's definitely not going to see it that way when you get to the end of the line. And money's definitely not going to save you when it comes to things that are important, like health, like things that matter. So I mean, whatever y'all want to do about exercising your options, you're still a piece of shit if you're doing stuff like that. Okay. And you know, good luck, because the energy that you put out in the world is the energy that comes back to you. If you think you can be a piece of shit to somebody and do all of this, and that eventually everything's going to go right for you forever, you're mistaken. You're mistaken, because you're going to get that negative energy back some way, somehow down the line. Just wait on it.
All right, Miss Saida, your thoughts on Miss Gabby Union? She says she felt validated in cheating because she made more money than her man. What's your thoughts on?
I actually agree with. Thank you. Sorry, I actually agree with Queen and Kayla, because I feel like she was admitting, but at the same time not taking accountability for what she did, and she's just putting the blame on someone else. So, but I agree that she's weird. Like, her family is just, I don't know, and that making me question the husband. Like, what the heck is he on? Because at some point I even thought, is he gay? Like, and they're like practice all this stuff, you know, like for some reason it makes me feel like that. You know, and I don't think these people should be like giving those advices, especially like regular people, like average people, like, you know, starts thinking that this behavior it's okay. And that's the problem, because they have the Hollywood as an example and they follow them and they feel like that's the way that we're supposed to live. Just, you know, just last point that you mentioned, that men try and exercise their options. There's men that are not rich that they're trying to do that, you know, just because they think it's right to do it. It's
they'll go with men aren't meant to be with one woman. It's natural for men to want to have sex with. They'll go with that one if they can go.
Yeah.
You know,
it's just pure
That right
ignorance.
there is biology. Not gonna
And I
let
get
y'all
it, but you can be disciplined and
A
control your
natural
emotions.
instinct.
see,
And I
see
get
this shit. See,
I get it. I understand that. Don't get me wrong. But like, you know, for example, other cultures, they put it like, oh, you know, in other cultures, we can have multiple wives. But their ignorance doesn't make them see that in this cultures is an option. And you have to let your wife know about these things. You cannot just go and say, oh, you know what? I brought someone else to the family. You can't do that. And most of the percentage of the people that have multiple wives in these cultures is like minimum. So no. But anyways, what I wanted to say is she's not, I don't know, I feel the same way like Queen. I don't like her. I just see her and I have a weird I don't know, sensation about her. Makes me question what woman would allow the things that she allowed with her family. And now that Kayla mentioned about the miscarriages, now that's why she probably doesn't or couldn't have more, like, you know, any kids, because she doesn't have kids, right?
not naturally. She didn't have
Not
kids.
natural.
She had in vitro and a surrogate, but she had like 7 or 8 miscarriages. She was never able to carry to term.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I just feel like she's not a good person at all.
I have a question. If it's a man's natural instinct to want to have a release, why not just with his wife in marriage?
Especially if you give me leisure so that I'm readily available.
because
That's
They don't be on their job.
profound.
They don't be on their job.
Well, because she's at work instead of getting her neck massage to prepare.
My boy Duval say if you drain his balls, he ain't gonna have no energy to cheat.
Did y'all answer?
That.
So
I
what
agree
was
with
the answer? What's the answer? Men, what's the answer? Or y'all wasn't saying that. It wasn't y'all, right? Who?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question is, if it's a natural instinct to have a release, why can't it be your wife that you're releasing within?
It can
marriage?
be. It can be.
So what is
right?
this? What is this
but-
exercise and option thing that we're
No,
talking
no.
about?
I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong.
Okay.
I think that's
talking
wrong.
to somebody else said it over on the left.
However, if y'all want to talk about what men really thinking and y'all say y'all listening, let me tell y'all what it is. A lot of times, in my personal opinion, is that in a lot of relationships, shout out to Trill, right? At the beginning, it's a two-way thing. I want you, you want me, right? But then when we lock y'all up, y'all get comfy, right? Then it's all on me, right? I got to initiate everything. What? No. Hey, long ago were the days where I just got head in the car just because. Those days just disappear, right? And then it turned from, how it used to be to, special occasions. Only on your birthday and Christmas. Right? And what y'all don't understand that once y'all get a man, right, they want to feel sexy too. They want to feel that you're attracted to them too. And what happens is, even though I'm not the man of you, I'm just your man because I am who I am. and I get out in them streets, I'm still the man. Right? So when you done chasing, they still out there chasing, baby. They still out there telling these men what they need to hear and making them feel how they want to feel. Right? But women of leisure, they don't have to do that. They got you. They sit back
I'm
and
not
chill
talking
out.
about them women. Listen,
Oh, come on.
you
stop it.
don't fix marital issues on the outside.
That's
You
not
fix
what
it.
I'm saying.
But
That's
wait a
not
minute,
what I'm saying, SB.
let me get through. You fix marital issues within.
Facts.
If
Facts.
you and your wife have been overcome with the day-to-day of a marriage, you fix that within. You don't blame it on God and nature.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying you.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
Work
bad. My
with me.
apologies. My apologies.
You don't blame it on God and nature. You fix it within the marriage, because that is and can be a problem. But that's all because the exterior things that are on the outside of the marriage have crept in. So that's why you got to check in daily and feed into your marriage and make sure it's good. So you won't have those exterior things overcoming. So you and your wife can still see each other as attractive and I want you, and those things you do in the car, those sneaky, whatever. All of that can continue to go on. It's just that we want to put the marriage on auto and think all that stuff gonna go on anyway. No, ladies, that's not how it works. We have to feed into the marriage. Men, we have to continue to feed into the marriage, and you can get all that going. And the nature doesn't have to. Well, the men will have nature, and they will need a release, but it'll be with their wife. It doesn't have to be options.
Dearly beloved.
Yeah, man. I think also, just real quick, like a lot of women, like after y'all done had sex for a while, like people tend to just go with they go to. That's gonna get them to the finish line more. You know what I'm saying? Compared to when you're young, like you trying shit, like y'all all over the place. Y'all in the back closet at the movie theater, all type of shit, doing all kind of sneaky things. You know what I'm saying?
So,
but the
what do
older
you
you get, or the
mean?
longer you with somebody, like people tend to just go with, okay, missionary gonna get me there. Okay, back shots gonna get me there, whatever the case may be. So let's just get these two positions out the way. Call it a night. You got work in the morning. I got work in the morning. You know what I'm saying? And
No,
that right there is what a lot of men say that they go through. You know what I'm saying? Because
I
when we were
agree.
first dating, the frequency was through the roof. It was 4, 5, 6 times a day, and you was working. And you had, softball practice, volleyball practice you had to get to, all these type of things. None of that mattered. You still made time for it. But all of a sudden, when you with somebody for a long time, life
I don't
gets
have
in
the
the way.
answers here today, but it's a marriage issue. You got to feed into it, baby. What's wrong? What can we do? How we can get it back? You don't operate in silence and then continue to
But
let it go
that's
on.
you
Y'all
though.
scaring me.
You
But
put a
that's
bright light
you
on and be like,
though.
babe,
Come
what's
on
up?
now.
You gonna have to
See.
quit.
But this is
What?
what I'm saying. That's you though.
I'm telling women what they have to do if
I
you don't want your
know.
man out there in the
But
streets. That's all.
yeah, but
Yeah,
that's you though. You see what I'm saying? Like the thing
oh,
is this, right?
I can keep it a secret.
No, you good. You good. My
Oh,
bad.
okay.
But what I'm saying is this: if we gonna be truthful about the situation, we
Okay.
had these conversations, right? But y'all don't want, not y'all, but most women don't want to listen, right? They don't
Women,
want
we
to
gotta
listen.
start listening to our
But
men.
I think
It's-
we do understand it and we get it. What you guys are not understanding is the part where women are working and they get tired. Like I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's no
I
excuse.
see. Hold on. No. I'm not saying this. Hold on. So I see my sister, and they were going through a situation like this because her job, it's, I would say, significantly more tiring than his. He stays, in the office sitting down all day, but her job requires to move. She's a graphic designer and she managed some machines, like laser machines. So I started telling her like she needs to give up to some of the chores in the house, stop doing that, and assist him because that was the problem. So she has to sacrifice one thing. She couldn't stop working because they cannot afford that. So that wasn't an option. So there's something that has to, we have to put it in balance in a way.
So here, don't take
And
this seriously. This is a joke. But tell her to flush that stupid job and get her another one. Because her husband is more important. Her marriage is more important. If she got to sacrifice cable, that cell phone, one car, whatever it is, that
Hey,
I
husband is more
understand that. I
important.
understand that, but I think probably in your culture is different.
Yeah,
Like
probably.
here, Here is
I don't
different.
want to do
Like,
this today. I don't
no,
want to do
here
this.
is
Today.
Rick, don't
different.
do it.
Don't do it, Rick. Don't do it,
Don't
Rick.
do it, Rick.
I don't want to
Rick,
do
it's
it.
1 o'clock in the morning. Don't do it.
I
I
want
don't
you
want
to
to
do
do
it,
it.
Rick.
He's
Don't do
the
it.
one.
I
He's
want
the
you to
one
do it,
that
Rick.
he
I'll
is
pull
the
up,
one
Rick.
that
I'll
asked
pull up
her
the
to.
store for you.
What
I'll
I'm
pull up.
saying, I am
2023. I ain't
agreeing.
even
Hold
on that.
on,
No, I
you're
don't
not
want to.
letting me
Go ahead.
finish. You're not letting me finish.
No, go ahead.
I
Go
agree
ahead.
with what a security boss said. I agree with her. The problem is that you don't understand that sometimes it's tiring. And what I would say is like, check the kids, put them to sleep. I'll get ready. I'll go get
No,
ready. If we
don't
have
even
two
have the
kids,
baby.
I'm going to put the baby to sleep. You help me with the other one, and we both be ready.
Don't even
Especially
have
if
the
I'm
babies.
working.
Be
If I'm
more
working,
intentional. Be more intentional.
hey, I'll leave if the babies, if one is older than the other one, just take care of the baby for 5 minutes. Let's lock in the room. Like, that's not a problem. But like, not everybody's the same way. And that's why I hear
No,
like,
I
that's
agree.
you. Yeah, everybody's dynamic is different. So you kind of have to balance and communicate with the other person.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. We have to live and learn. If your sister knows, and I don't want to use you as an example because you're going to think I'm talking about you, but if someone knows and has experienced kids, 2 kids and a husband and a full-time job and all of that, and they realize that they're dead tired and don't have time to make love to their husband or whatever, take care of their husband, they should share with women coming up after them that, listen, girl, don't have no kids till you and your husband are real solid. If you do have one, one at a time, and wait 10 years to have another one or whatever, advise them on how they can do it and be successful in the marriage. So nobody will have to sacrifice anything, but they still get everything done. But I know that sometimes we go in, we have 3 of them back to back to back to back. I know you tired and I know you got to work, but you still have a husband, and that needs to be taken care of. I understand. I'm not saying that she has to do anything. I'm just saying we have to live and learn by the mistakes that we've made and go back and tell others, hey, look, this is what you got to do if you want to make sure this is good, because, this is real. Men are telling us that they need to be taken care of. That's all I'm saying.
As Trill would say, you gave me false advertisement.
I think the only men that will understand are the ones that actually help in the house with the kids. If you are that type of man that actually stays with the kids for an entire day, and by the end of the day you fall asleep, you're tired, you get to understand that a little more. I'm not saying every man does that, but if you have been involved with your kids and play with them and get tired with them, take them to the park or whatever, you get to know that it is exhausting. It is. I'm not saying it's an excuse. It shouldn't be an excuse, but you cannot just say it's not tiring. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be an excuse, but it is tiring. That's the point.
No,
So you cannot expect.
We're not arguing with your point at all, because I could speak from that perspective, right? Like, you could, like, as a man, like, this is what I don't think a lot of women understand. As a man, you understand me? I could be done just got out of a football game. I could be done ran 15 games of basketball.
Yeah.
It could be 3 a.m. in the morning, and I gotta be to work for 5. And I'm sure the men nodding their head and the men in the chat listening to me talk, they can all think of the story. Damn, I gotta get up at 5:30 in the morning. But hey, she just texted me this, you know what I mean? And this, I gotta go do what I gotta do. And we could just sleep on the job. As a man,
sleep on the job.
That shit don't matter. We gonna snap into gear to make it happen. My eyes could be closed. I could, like, at that point, it's on autopilot, but I'm not turning it down. There will never be a situation where we say, hey, baby, I don't know, man. I'm a bit too sleepy tonight. That'll never happen. I don't care what is going on.
We should be equal when it's convenient, because when it's not, women and men are not equal. They're not the same physically. We don't have the same strength physically, nothing. We don't think the same. We don't feel the same. But when it is convenient, we should be equal. I don't know.
Wait, listen. You said something very important.
That was a cop out, dead ass.
You said something very important. Men are not are equal, and they're physically are not built the way we are. They won't be tired, or they will be tired, but they'll wake up for that 15 minutes, 20 minutes of pleasure and be more tired and going to sleep, and we will be tired. I get it, but you have to be just tell somebody that, hey, look, do it this way so you won't have to run into this problem later on in life.
I get it. I totally get it. It's okay. So here is the communication part. Like, I agree with them. I agree with you. I'm just pointing the things that normally people don't stop to think, and understand what's going on the other side.
And we
Another
agree with you.
contradiction is that they don't want her to be thinking about sex all the time, because she shouldn't. The woman normally don't think about sex all day, because if she wants sex all day, something's wrong with her. But they want her to be ready whenever they are ready.
No, they want her to think about
hold
sex
on. When I'm doing the dishes, I'm not thinking about I want him inside me. That's not what I'm thinking. That's not what I'm thinking.
That's what I'm walking up behind you.
You're
Doing the dishes.
But hold on.
I need another.
So you see, when a woman is communicating with you and explaining what goes through my head, and I'm not, you have never asked a woman, what do you think about when you're doing the dishes? Like I'm cooking and you pass and you're like, and smack me in my ass. But I wasn't expecting that, because I'm not thinking, I'm not looking what you're looking. So my mind is on the cooking. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm communicating right here.
But I think that
that's not.
I have to agree with Sayeda.
And I
agree with Sayeda.
And I almost burned food. I've been in that situation too. I've almost burned the food multiple times.
Go ahead, Kayla.
I have to agree with Sayeda, because just like y'all say, women switch things up later in the relationship. So do men. All that shit you was doing in the beginning to get me wet, all that romantic shit that you was doing, all that thoughtful stuff that you was doing, you not doing that no more. You just come home and act like that you installed me in this house like an appliance that you come home and use when you want. Right. And that you don't understand, for women, foreplay starts in the morning with a little sexy text throughout the day, a call. Like women who are with kids all day, running errands all day, their mind is focused on something else as they're being your backbone and running this house and doing all these things. So I think that, like, for you to expect, like, to just pull up to a situation and her have the same mentality as a mother, because I'm not a mother, so I'm not identifying with this at all. But I hear this from women. Right. I hear this from women that I know that I have kids. You can't expect that same thing. You have to put in the same effort you did during dating as when you get married, the same that you want her to. So I think that's important. Now, as a woman that doesn't have kids, I have wrote down, where is this happening? Because for me, this is not happening. Right. Like sex is the last thing that we are having issues with. We actually are trying to stop having sex once we are not together. Okay. So I don't identify with this per se, because I don't have kids and like all the responsibilities that come with that. But like I said, I hear these women talking about this and how exhausting it is. I see it when I visit their houses. Whew, I'll be ready to go home after I'm over there for a few hours. Okay. It's exhausting. Like they're screaming, they're running. It's like, it's a lot. So I completely have to back Sayeda on this one, because until you guys live that life of like a mother and the ins and outs of it, you can't understand what she's thinking. And if you're not willing to put in that effort to get the engine warmed up versus just busting in the house, bam, I just got home, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think that you can try, just like you schedule everything else, you can schedule the center of that.
That was my point.
That was my point. I'm almost done. You can do whatever you need to do your part. That was my point. You did when you was trying to get her and you was doing all that extra shit.
That was my point. You have to balance everything. And just like men come with solutions. And if I tell you that I'm feeling this type of way, that I'm feeling tired, that this is happening in my mind, what is the solution? Can we
quit your job? Quit your job. We don't have to live in this 3-bedroom, 2-car garage ranch with a fireplace. Quit. We can go back to the 2-bedroom apartment.
Why is poverty the answer always?
I don't know. Listen. I don't know. I don't know.
We talked about earlier. You said that you want somebody to go back to Metro.
Okay. Kayla, I'm gonna tell you why poverty is the answer. When that man was dating you, he was living in that 2-bedroom apartment and he was paying for it on his own, managing full well as an adult, and he attracted you and married you, and it was okay with you. So for you to move in there with him, it should be fine, because that was the man you said I do to. That's all. But I don't want to talk about that right now.
But not with no.
But let me say this part. The part I want all the ladies to know is your man, your husband, is not your enemy. Why does everything have to be so extreme and against them? You said
what is against them?
I am not Kayla. We just talking. We're not being ugly. We're just talking. You're acting as though your whole everything is against him. Like he is the problem. I don't want to have sex with you right now. I'm tired. No. He's not your enemy. We should never see our men as our enemy. Your husband is your man. And you should have thoughts of all those good times when you got a little, I don't know the word that I want to use. There you go, Kayla. Got a little, you should have those thoughts at any given time. It doesn't have to be planned. It doesn't have to be right away. But your husband is the person who got you there. You should have those thoughts at some point in time to get you over into the right time.
Of course, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just identifying what Saida's point and what mothers experience. We can't diminish that and what they experience and what they go through. Now, I think this is also a key point for some blue pill men. I just had an argument with Rob Parks. Shout out to Rob Parks from ESPN on Clubhouse the other day. How he said that a lot of this happens because women are following certain red pill talking points in terms of why they marry certain men who are great providers, they're a great guy, they do all these things, but they're not attracted to these men. They aren't with these men because there's chemistry. They are not with these men for the right reasons, but they're doing the things in terms of like what you're supposed to get a man for. And so they get with a man that they may not necessarily be sexually attracted to. And then y'all wonder why she doesn't want to have sex with you. Because I've never seen sex again, I'm not a mother, but in all of my situations, I've never seen sex especially as a young person. Like, what do you mean? Like, lots of sex is happening all the time, especially since I got in my 30s. I mean, it's on the mind all the time. But again, I don't have kids. So that changes the dynamic of it. But again, if you're with a man you're not attracted to, then all that stuff he's doing for you eventually is going to get stale and you're going to feel less and less like having him on top of you because you really don't fuck with him like that. So I'm just saying sometimes these red pill talking points backfire, and that's why you only getting sex on holidays and shit. Because what?
So you're saying the woman has grown bored with this man because she's not attracted, but she married him, but now she's not attracted to him.
She married him for what's on paper and the reasons to marry a man and why he's a good man, but she may not be attracted to him, have chemistry with him. It happens to women all the time. They do it for security, but they really don't like you or your dick, really. And they're just they did what they could do for a while, but now they're just like, ugh.
No, I mean, she right. There is a popular young lady that often speaks red pill talking points. I'm not gonna say no names, but
I know exactly.
I think her name has something to do with her height. That's neither here nor there.
With her height,
right? Yeah, her name has something to do with her height. That's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is this, right? I was on a panel with said lady, and we were discussing, how important attractive. I think Kayla was on the panel right with me that night. We were discussing the importance of your partner being attractive. And this young lady said, verb twice, because I had to ask for clarification. I thought I was hearing things. She said that looks have zero. No, let me rephrase.
She came at me so hard that night.
Looks should have zero relevance in the man that you choose to marry. And again, I was sipping tequila when I heard tequila mixed with beatbox. Make sure y'all tap in the beatbox. When I heard it. And I said, wait a minute, let me make sure I heard this right. Are you saying that when you're choosing a man, looks have zero bearing on whether or not you're going to be with him? She looked at me with a straight face through her camera lens and said, yes. And as a matter of fact, more women should choose men with looks having no bearings, but more so what he can provide for you. That was her take. So, and again, and she has a wide following of women with similar mindsets and things of that nature. Now, we're not going to call names, but
we're not. But she argued me down that night on how I was tripping when I was like, "You need to be sexually attracted to your husband." She was like,
"So
what?
Did she say what would happen as years go by, and since you're not attracted, then you would want to stop having sex with them?" Did
she said that's not that important. Your duty duty should take precedent priority over that. As a matter of fact, like that should be so far down the totem pole to where it shouldn't matter. And that's the problem with modern women today, is that they put too much stock in how attracted they are to their men.
You see the contradiction here? But you see the contradiction here? If I tell a man I'm not attracted to you, I'm just marrying with you because you're just a provider and you're just a good deal to me, does that sound good?
But that's a lie that's being convicted. That's a lie from the beginning then.
No, that's my question. Does that sound good to you? Would you marry someone? Yes, no?
Let me finish, please. Again, let me get my point off. And this is what I'm saying. Now, Kayla made a point. She said about doing the A, B, C, D things to get you wet. You were supposed to fuck with me regardless, right? No. This is hypothetical. I'm not looking for an answer, right? Let's get a definition in 2023. Sex means procreation. We need to stop addressing sex like it's something that happened willy-nilly, right? If you want to have sex with me, you want to have kids with me. Can we get that? Can we get that baseline starting right now? Right? I understand what society and people have done with the technology that we have, that now it's this action that can be irresponsible, right? But if you having sex with me, if it go the way it's supposed to go naturally, you gonna get pregnant and we gonna have kids. Can we agree with that? Okay. So you messing with me even talking to you, me and you having conversations to get to the point where I want to take you out on dates and show you this and make you my wife. And you being with me, wanting me to choose you as your wife, right? Choose you as my wife, all stems off us having sexual attraction to each other. Is that fair to say, or am I off? Am I off, chat? Am I off? Right? Because what's the story? Men, hey, look at that ass. But I mean, when I first see a girl, I don't be like, man, maybe she's smart. Man, she real good with a checkbook. No, I be, look at that ass. I hit that. Right? And when women, y'all say, I didn't heard it, I don't know how many times, and I quote, I know within the first 5 minutes if I want to fuck a guy or not. So, with that being said, if we're having sex all the time at the beginning, what happens to you as a woman where the temperature changes? Right? Don't use men tired too. And how many men, I'm so tired of y'all using these worst case scenarios, ladies, like every man I know on YouTube, pretty much in real life, that has a family, helps around the house, takes care of the kids, running the kids back and forth, and all this other shit. So, if it's to the point where I gotta buddy you up to get some pussy, you never fucked with me.
That's not what I meant.
That's what you said, though.
That's not what I meant. I meant like those extra romantic nights you used to do a lot.
No, but you want to fuck with me, though.
Shit.
You want to fuck. You ain't got to buy me nothing for me to want to hit your pussy.
I'm not saying that you do, but those things that you did when in the dating process, I think that don't start no shit that you can't maintain. If you was bringing me flowers, if you was doing things like that when we was dating me, why is this a thing for me to expect you to continue this, just like you expect the frequency of sex that I started at the beginning too?
Well, maybe you don't get flowers no more because you don't give out pussy no more.
Oh my God. Oh, really?
Yes.
Come
That's a
on.
good
Yes.
question,
Come
though.
on.
That's a good
Yes.
Maybe
question.
I would give out pussy if I
Maybe
was
you
getting
don't get
flowers.
flowers
Say that
because you
again.
don't put out like you
Maybe
used
I would
to.
Yes.
give out pussy if I was getting flowers. Things like that. Anything that you do to make a woman feel
Supply and
special, it
demand.
gets it moist. That's a fact. Come on. Let's not act
No,
like
that's a
that.
lie. Because if it's a dude you fuck with, he can call you and be like, "Hey, bitch, what you doing?" And your pussy wet.
Oh, no, not like that. Not that way. No.
So what if you stop cooking and
Like I
cleaning?
said, I don't have kids and I don't run after kids all day. So I have a lot more energy than most.
What if she stopped cooking and cleaning? Would the men still want to have sex as much?
Yes.
We still gonna want to have sex. We don't give a damn what you're doing.
Yes.
Yes.
She could leave a
The
half-eaten taco on
point
the
I'm
earth.
making is this, right? What happens that's so bad that you don't fuck with him like that no more? Because when y'all was small, when y'all was little, when y'all was first starting out, and y'all start hitting, and you liked him the way you liked him, and he liked you the way he liked you, y'all was at it all day.
It didn't take all
Like
this.
rabbits.
It didn't take all.
Like
All it took was
rabbit.
a little grab on your booty and a wink.
That's it.
Like I said, I don't see an issue with that. The only change I can foresee coming up with that, unless she never liked you, the only change I can foresee interfering with that would be a pregnancy and children, and of that. Outside of that, I agree. I think, and I want to. Okay, so it's on.
And that right there is my problem with Kayla, man. Right there.
She's so smooth with it, boy.
She thinks just
man,
like
bro.
we do, but the sisterhood still makes her kind of defend it just a little bit. No, just push them into the fire.
I see
man. These women
hardworking
make it out
mothers.
here, man.
I respect and I appreciate hardworking mothers. That's all I can say, because I've seen some bad moms. So I appreciate those hands-on, the ones that give their energy to that. I appreciate them. So I'm not going to invalidate what they say about what they have to go through. That's all I'm saying. But like I said, I agree with what y'all saying, because listen, it's on.
So what do they have to go through? Can we do a quick, what are they going through? And who caused it?
The pregnancy during the push birth.
No, the pregnancy is not a problem. During pregnancy, you get more desire to have sex, actually. So during the pregnancy is not a problem. Yeah. You go crazy. Like hormones are driving you crazy during pregnancy.
What are the women going through?
Really?
I'm just wondering.
Like, the pregnancy is not the problem. It's after you have a baby. It's like your priorities, whether you like it or not, if you have kids.
Okay.
That's what happens. At least for the first 3 months, 6 months, you have a baby, like breastfeeding on demand. And a lot of things is tiring. You cannot even shower sometimes. But people don't understand that.
Nah, but I mean,
unless you have it, unless you're a father and you've been through that and you've been with a woman, you know that. If you never had that, you cannot even compare it to anything.
Right. And again, just speaking from a male perspective, I gotta exercise full disclosure here. I can't just be completely biased to the men because I experienced my old lady going through it. And a lot of it is postpartum. A lot of it is a lack of confidence. A lot of it is her body not looking and feeling the same. She not feeling as sexy as she used to because she got this scar or because she might have put this amount of weight on. So all of those things affect the urge to want to do it. Like once you have a baby, you are not the same woman. That's just what it is. That's just like playing ball back in the day, right? They'll say, like, if you get surgery, you are not the same player. Like you may get close to your skill level, you may get close to your ability, but you will never be the same. And I think, in that situation is similar because again, postpartum is real. I didn't believe it until I took the classes. And then after the situation happened, I seen it up close. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah. She's not behaving like she normally would, and it'll just be random. It'll be for no reason. It'll be or in my mind, no reason. Again, a ignorant man, just like, what is the hell is wrong with you? But then, luckily I was able to take the class, and then it's like, okay, that makes more sense because her alignment is off, after that situation. So all of those things factor into it. And again, that's not an excuse. That's just a reality. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to take her a while, a lot of times, to get back to not get back to the confidence level, but get back to some semblance of the confidence level that she had before it. More times than not, like her finding a hole entirely new sense of confidence. And that right there can have an effect on the sex. Now that's just full disclosure. I got to keep it G. I wouldn't be me if I didn't. But again, I didn't mean to put a damper on the panel, but I'm just saying
That's the reality. Like I said,
Right.
that's the reality.
not a
Y'all want us
time.
to pop out some babies that come with a lot of shit,
But that's
Yeah.
not a time where a man would be thinking about exercising his options either. So
You would be surprised.
Some of them do,
It's
though.
a lot of men out here
Lord,
that
have
be
mercy.
wilding while they girl pregnant because, again, out of ignorance. Like I said, I took a class. That's why I'm so educated on it. Most men ain't even making all of the doctor's appointments, let alone taking a class
Wow.
to understand what their woman is going through. So as a man in that situation, let's say hypothetically speaking that I didn't take it, I'd be thinking, oh, she's just selfish as hell. Like, it's crazy. Like, she don't care about me. Like, I ain't getting no time. All her attention is to the baby. And when it ain't to the baby, she crying. We don't even have fun the way we watching movies. You crying for no reason. What is wrong with you? This ain't even a sad part of the movie. Again, that's an ignorant man not knowing. And most men in that situation are ignorant and not knowing. Because, again, postpartum just sounds like an excuse.
wow.
Until you actually do your research and learn what it is and see it up close. And then it's like, okay, I see. Yep. Yeah, this is a little different. This ain't because I know my old lady and this ain't her right here. Under no circumstances. We done been through hell and high water. I've never seen her this unstable before. You know what I'm saying? So it is a real thing. It is.
You got to step up as a man then and really
But
be there for her.
But we not speaking to those women. It's women that ain't got no kids,
God
lazy
damn
as
it.
hell as well.
And like I said, for the women that don't have kids, there's no
Fuck
excuse.
out of here, man.
Yeah, and I'm glad you made that
Fuck
point.
out of here.
Kind of ties into the original question, like, do women commit to the man of the lifestyle? And again, it's like when you're committed to that man, if you don't have respect, it doesn't matter how much money or influence or anything you have, it ain't gonna mean shit. You can't move anything in solid. When you commit to a lifestyle, you use that man as a vehicle, just like you use that money. He's a tool. He's a means to an end. And when you can move on, you can move on. But when we come back to the whole thing about the evolution of that man, he's helping you change through that evolution for yourself. You're growing together as man and woman. And during them times, and we're not talking about them lazy bitches that, sleep on the job. We're talking about going through those things, like you said, postpartum depression and things like that. Once you move beyond that, you had that level of bond, that respect of each other. Because look, if I'm with you and we're having sex, I prefer you to be delightfully disgusting, as I mentioned before. Like, it don't matter if I had 20 minutes of sleep. I'm half asleep. I done had cramp in my ass before trying to smash, but we plow through it. We move on. It's war room.
She ain't the only one that needs some new moves.
But
That's
the thing
all
is,
I'm gonna say.
Well, that's why you have massager and things like that. But that's something
Chill,
else.
Taylor, chill, relax.
That's something else. But when it comes down to it, I say again, it's like, are y'all willing to go through the trenches?
Same little leg up. That shit ain't working no more.
Well,
Always something, ain't it? It's always something.
It's always
ain't it?
something. It's always
Ain't no goddamn sense. It's always
All I'm
something.
saying
ain't
is,
it?
if you're not getting your wife there, she ain't happy.
Right.
Okay?
It's
And I
always
hear a lot
something.
of these women ain't getting there.
It's all our fault, guys. It's all our fault.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
It's because you ain't buying gifts. It's because you ain't
Well,
putting
no,
the
she
leg up, all that other shit.
She
Fuck
hates
out of
seeing
here.
you get yours and she don't get hers, but she got to do this with you.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do
Always
this
a
with
sacrifice on
you.
her
And she
part,
might
fellas.
get-
Always a sacrifice on her part.
And here's the
But
thing,
these women be lying. They be lying to get it over with because they know they're not gonna get it, so they just like get this shit over
Right.
with.
Won't even tell the truth. Won't even tell the truth and shit. You see what
I'm
I'm saying?
literally telling the truth.
No, I'm saying
I
in
don't
the
look at
moment.
the
I'm saying in the
statistics.
moment. I'm saying in
Women
the
lie
moment.
to you, but when they
I'm
tell
ad-libbing.
you
I'm
these
ad-libbing.
surveys
You're right,
about
man.
how often they
Yeah.
ejaculate, the numbers are low.
Right. It's your lowest sperm count, fellas. It's all y'all fault, man.
So I got a question. Has a woman, the ladies and the men, has a woman ever reported to you all that after an orgasm she wasn't happy?
No.
Has that ever been a report?
Yeah, I heard it
What?
before.
It's
Yeah.
possible, but
No.
After an orgasm she was not happy?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean,
Why?
I done heard women
What?
say, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all fighting over something, she'll like tuck it, had a sex, and she'll still be mad at you afterwards. But in terms of like generally, generally if she have orgasm, she gonna be on cloud nine. But it just depends on what happened before. Because a lot of times, we be using sex as that. I don't know if y'all watch Men in Black. You remember that little machine Will used to have?
Here we go.
You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of men, like, we be using the sex sometimes, thinking we doing that, and she get right back to the attitude as soon as it's over with.
Yeah.
Lucky said
she was just doing her duty. She was just doing her duty. That's her duty, not saying no, right? But she can, doesn't mean that she's still not, disagreeing or upset.
I don't see how a woman can have an orgasm and be unhappy.
I'm cool with that.
Definitely not. I agree.
I do not. That just don't even go in the same sentence.
But is she getting it?
It all depends.
I'm saying you got to get it. I mean, if she ain't getting it, then that would mean unhappiness.
I'm saying it all depends.
Right, but she still got to do it because you want it, even though you ain't.
No, not all the time.
If she's not getting it right, she's still there.
No, not all the time. Sometimes I'm gonna finish quicker than her. It's what the fuck it is.
Well, you need to finish up.
Wait a minute, though. If you finish before her, that don't mean y'all done.
No.
Right.
We're finished. Hold on.
We're not done.
I got you finished. I be tired. I be tired, SB. I be tired. I've been working all day.
I can tell right now y'all getting sleepy. It's
No.
time to go.
You know what? Something that also is not said is that and I understand men, they just get it hard and they're ready. But women, we need to get into that. Unfortunately, if I'm cooking, I'm not going to be ready. I have to get ready for it.
But that goes into the whole thing about
men want the woman. No, I'm saying by experience.
I've heard that.
I was with someone that literally told me, you have to be ready when I'm ready. Like that. And I was like,
damn.
Okay, so I have to be a psychic and kind of guess when this is going to happen so I can be
7 years.
24/7 is when it's gonna happen.
24/7, okay. But it works kind of like the brain sends signals, because if I was ready the entire day, that's not normal in a woman, right? Because a woman shouldn't be feeling. We're actually suppressing our emotion.
Are you sexually attracted to that man?
Like, if he's real fine, but you don't marry nobody that's like real fine.
No, nobody want to answer the question. Are you sexually attracted to him?
Of course I was.
So that means
Ricky, they're lying. They
Thank
want
you,
they got a stick. They're gonna take a couple
shots.
shots.
Ricky, let me ask you something. You've been
No.
Right?
You can ask me, are you not gonna get this one on me? Because if you sexually attracted to that man, it don't matter what is y'all talking about. If you sexually attracted to you, he come up and he looking at you like, yeah, you go.
So you're like, okay, I'm ready. Here, come here. That's it. That's all you do to your wife?
No, that's not what I'm
every
saying.
time. Every day is not
y'all
going
trying to
to
conflate the issue. Don't conflate. Listen to what I'm saying, please. If you're okay, who's a guy you think that's attractive? Who's an actor you think attractive?
What? Talking about a husband-wife situation.
We ain't gonna answer the question. Who's your pick? If you could have your pick of a man, who would it be?
Yeah, but I probably won't have my pick.
Not my question. That's not my question.
Hypothetical. Answer the question.
Who's your crush? Who's your crush that you know he could get it? He could get it.
He's out there.
Come on.
Right, you ain't gonna name him, right? But okay, so if it was that dude, it wouldn't matter if he bought you candy. It wouldn't matter. When he look at you a certain way, it's up.
Like I said, I think I get what you're saying, but like every single day is a different day. Every single day is not going to be the same.
No,
but I think majority of the time, yes, you should be. However, we have this conversation all the time about Pookie and Ray Rays and fuck boys, and unfortunately, those are the fine niggas. So more of the husband materials are not okay. They're not as they're not the 10s. They're just not the 10s, because the 10s are full of shit. Okay, so usually, and like I said, a lot of my friends have just got engaged and their husbands are decent looking, but they're not as fine as some of the shitty ones that they've tried to make it work with, right?
We know.
So,
Oh yeah.
depends in the looks department when you're looking for a good man. Okay, so maybe he's not Michael B. Jordan, and so when I see him, it's not the same. But like I think men feel the same way. Not all men marry the 10s. They don't marry the girl that's just like they don't. They marry the safer girl who's usually 2 points a little bit below their desired rating. This is a fact, right? But maybe it's different because I mean, I don't know, vagina is vagina to you guys, but I know that there are women that make men more sexually attractive than other women. Right? That when you see her, it may be a different thing than when you see a different girl. So let's not act like these things don't exist.
But Kayla, where I'm gonna have to push back on that is the women that we choose. We are still ready for the woman that we choose every day.
Because we chose her.
If you were, more women would be reaching a climactic point. Because okay.
No, I'm saying yes, there might be other women out there that could arouse you faster, but the woman that you choose will still get you ready every day.
I think you would do more for the woman that you were more sexually aroused by. I guarantee you would be doing more.
But look though, just real quick, man, and to put a pretty bow on this thing.
Oh my God!
Just because the urge is there,
these are things
as a man, does not mean the skill is there.
Fact.
As a man. So that's where that thing goes a bit left, man. But I ain't gonna hold y'all here all night, man. I know we done been here forwarding some change. We way over, you know, understand me.
I thugged it out today
too. Yeah.
But it done been a hell of a conversation, man. I appreciate everybody for coming. And we got super chats. Hold on real quick, man. Let me pay these bills real quick.
Bills.
And then we can give our closing statements, man. Because SB look like she about to say something that's gonna shake something, shake the table. Afro, I'm going to bed. The responses got me swinging fists in the air, and I'm tired of it. Could you guys discuss dating a relationship from a single dad aspect in today's climate? Man, that'd be a hell of a conversation. Witty Jim with the fireball. Just wanted to show some love, Trill, for answering my question earlier in the chat. Love the show, man. That's all love, man. I appreciate you tapping in with us for sure. Big Saint with the fireball. Gabrielle Union is the one that told Aisha Curry to cheat on Steph Curry. Was it really about her paying more or an excuse? These women. Passport time.
Yeah.
Damn. I ain't know that one. Chad with the 2-bar. Responsibility without authority is slavery. True. Gary Grant of the 2-bar. Only Kayla will find a way to blame men for this.
I didn't blame them unless you to blame.
We appreciate it, big dog. So the difference between options and cheating. Options is a known and oftentimes agreed upon arrangement. Cheating is behind your spouse's back. In fact, I know someone's wife who acts as her husband's wingman when they're out.
That's another conversation.
Yeah, that's why we be telling them don't watch these Hollywood couples. They be having backdoor agreements y'all don't know about.
Don't know.
It'd be crazy. I with the fireball feed into the marriage, my ass. You can't negotiate desire. The issue is men with weak game who can't spot a woman with genuine desire in one settling.
Facts.
Sheesh. O'Shea Lennox with the 2-bar. SBU Live, YouTube giving that wisdom. Salute to security boss, man. In the building. Congo English with the fireball. If I ever get married, we're going to security boss for direction and counseling. I would never cheat. Wouldn't even be a thought.
There you go.
Man.
There you go.
Al with the 2-ball. She's not marrying a rich Quasimodo. I call Cap. Hey, I call Cap too. And they told me that I was wrong. They told me that I was being aggressive and all types of other shit. But that's another conversation.
Big Blue,
man. Vicky with the one, man. We appreciate you.
$1.
She came back with 2 more. Sayed out of realist in the room.
I don't know. Sayed was a little cap today. I don't know.
A little shaky today.
She didn't want to answer the question about what man should get it.
Like, no.
Look here, man. Out with the 2-bar. When you're that dude, all you need is the what you doing text.
Or the eyes. Just in the eyes. That's all
you need. Emojis. You already, come on, man. You know how to go.
just to finalize my
Two
point,
words,
remember
pull
that
up. That's
story?
all you gotta say. Pull up.
Remember that story OT said about how that baddie had him in a headlock because of the sex was so good? Y'all
I don't quite
remember
recall
that?
nobody
I
having my
don't
dog
you
recall.
always
in
bring
red
up
lock.
old
I
shit.
don't know about
OT
Headlock.
remembers.
Who is
And
OT
y'all
in
know
the
what I'm
first
talking
place?
about
Who is
when there's
OT?
attractive people that are toxic. Let's not act like the really attractive ones don't be toxic. They do.
Now I got to come back on camera.
Yeah,
Hey,
but I
Taylor.
remember you said that you was doing your best to get out of that for a while, right? She was bad.
Like a
and it
year.
was-
A year.
It,
I
it was
remember.
a year. That's right, and it was good, right? So y'all get my point when I say that, like, some of the person you're more attracted to is just not the right person that's husband or wife material. And
It was
so
me. It wasn't her. It was me.
okay, now it was you.
Now
Now
I'm
it was you.
gonna take
Not
accountability
me,
for
it's
that.
Change your
you.
attractions.
Not you, it's me, right? That's what we're going with.
And you
Okay.
change your
Learn from the
attractions. You
best.
said this a long time ago. I think that's the difference
Long
between
time
adults
ago.
and children.
Mm-hmm.
When you can change your attractions.
Man, rise above anything. Too, but if you're in a sexless relationship, it's over.
You
That's
got
a
a
fact.
relationship.
That's a fact. But look here, man. Been a hell of a conversation, man. I appreciate everybody on the panel for tapping in with me, man. I know it's late as hell. I know people got work in the morning and things of that nature. I got to get up and go in my damn self, man. But I appreciate y'all for, dropping gems like y'all always
your
do.
fault,
Man,
Trey.
y'all know it's love.
All your fault.
Crusader Nation in the building, man. Salute to y'all. Chat been booming all night. This has been a low key hilarious episode. I think everybody go enjoy the playback. So it's a dope way to start off the new year, man.
Stay tuned for Crew Season After Dark.
Man, if y'all haven't subbed to my channel, man, sub to my channel.
Season After Dark. That's
Lord
what
have mercy. But yeah, that's all I got, man. Like I said,
Sub to Kayla, sub to Syed, security boss Ronan.
Sir.
Facts, man. Al, on the way out the door, he said you missed one of my super chats, the $5. Damn, bro, my bad. I ain't mean to miss it. What you said?
Too late.
It's gone.
Too late.
He just said another
got
one.
What you
Tell me
said?
what you said.
Salute to Al, though.
Yeah, that check gone, bro.
Send me another $5 and tell me what you said.
Yeah.
But
you
yeah,
said?
as far as these dope sweaters and dope jackets and things that y'all see, man, crewseason.com. Make sure y'all tap in, man. Get in tune with the merch. I know sizes is sold out already, but we got more on the way. Motherfuckers is flying off the shelves, and y'all are to blame for that, man. Well, not to blame. Y'all are, responsible for that, man. So we definitely appreciate y'all. Congo, you can see 25 ball out the dope. Say Trill and Ricky. This platform is dope. Roman is real. Security, she is the one.
So let me say this, ladies, y'all get y'all Crew Season sweatshirts, but they do run a little bit big, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
For the ladies.
That's
Thank
facts.
you.
But it's nice, really nice.
We got a couple of ladies pieces coming.
Yeah, real soon, man. Salute to all of the ladies of leisure in advance.
Ladies,
I'm trying to get a sponsorship.
Oh, you
Y'all trying to
hoes.
sponsor
No.
me?
We got crop.
Ricky, did you see my
top.
hand up? That was wrong. I had my head up.
I know that's what I was looking. I was like, damn,
Hey, OT, can I get it though? Can I get it before we get out of here? Oh, can I get it before we get out of here, bro?
I hope that we
You won't.
can all have
These
some
are
in
queens.
our lives.
Y'all ain't queen.
That's got to be the name of a pod one day.
Flamed them up
Ladies
first
of
time he
Leisure.
said that. But yeah.
Ladies
Crop
of
top.
Leisure got to be the
Coming
name of
soon,
a
man.
pod
We
one
just,
day.
you know what I'm saying? We're waiting on models and things of that nature, but they are here. They will be posted to the website before the week is out. These are crop top hoodies similar to the ones that SB is wearing, O is wearing, and even in the black color that I had on last night with the rainbow soldier. Make sure y'all tap in, man. We appreciate it. I think that's all I got. Until next Wednesday, man. 9:30-ish. Y'all know what we gonna be. Tap in with us, man. We gone. I love y'all.